Hello.
Nani?
All right. I remember to get my drink. Delicious. Don't you mean real? God damn it! That would have been a good one. But I wasn't in the headspace for that hit. The only thing I could think about when you were saying like, oh, I was doing this thing, and then an advertisement went off, and now I missed the thing. The only thing I could think at the time was, if only you had Twitch Prime. I was so deep into the maybe there should be like a little what's-a-mahoozy service to like help you like avoid advertisements and such. I was Twitch has infected my brain to like always upsell you on something. It's like it's not enough that you're here in my stream checking out cool things. It's like you are now coming into my streams with like oh hey, I need to remember to like plug my stream and what have you. So hello everyone, welcome. Hopefully you're all doing all right. I'm doing a-okay. Yeah, excuse me. You try not to melt away. Fair enough, fair enough. Good luck to Zeebs from the Sweatlands. I work at a restaurant. Upselling doesn't work on me. I know the tricks. You probably know more tricks than I do, quite frankly, for the fact that you work in a restaurant and what have you. I have none of that kind of experience. Oh shit, there was a Microsoft thingy-majiggy. But yeah, like, I only, at best, worked, like, like, I only worked, like, maybe 4 shifts at a local Nando's back when I was living, like, north of Brisbane and shit. And I did so poorly that I could not keep myself in there. I left the job. I wussed out after 4 shifts at a Nando's because I made so many mistakes back when the Zeebs was thinner. Yes, back when the Zeebs was, like, a lot thinner. There was, like, a... I'm pretty sure I can get a, excuse me, throat. Also, did I remember to put the thing of, like, oh, yeah, I'm online and I'm streaming right now? Yes, I did. Wait, did I? Hang on. Ding, dong. Yes, I did. Thank goodness. Now I just need to do the go live thingy-majiggy. Otherwise, I will forget. 4 hours. There we go. I reckon I'm going to be doing this for, like, 4 hours. I reckon that's going to be definitely a thing and that I'm going to be doing. Because Lord knows that even though I have done, like, all of the main story questline for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, Lord knows that there's always more to do. It's an MMORPG. There is fishing, for instance. We could go fishing, chat. Because, you know, that's, like, one of the many things I have not even finished doing. Although, I will be real with you, I am not 100%... Actually, I think I'll do it in... I'll be in, Crystal Goblin, I think. I think I'm gonna be in Crystal Goblin. Sorry, give me a second. I'm just getting the, my thingy-majiggy updated. And then I need to turn off this, turn on that, go back up to here, go into this, click on that. Wait, did I do the set? Yes, I did. All right, cool. I am free today with keeping a cell... Since it was less than 24 hours before my shift when they made the decision. What? Do you mind rephrasing that? Sorry, Het. I'm a little lost. Also, thank you so much, Tan Mux, for being the first one here. 51 times. That's great. That's brilliant. I don't yet have a counter for how many times in a row you do it. Oh, there's a new person. There's Emerald Queen Durg. Hello there. Emerald Queen Durg. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing all right. And there's Velk! There he is! There's my favorite Reaper! Hi. What's the plan for 14 today? Oh, Dancing Mad Ultimate. Nah. You're not gonna catch me doing Dancing Mad Ultimate. Not in this year, or at least this month. I don't think I would be crazy enough. I don't think I'm crazy enough to go through any fucking, also, am I in my VC right now? Yes, I am in my VC. I am not crazy enough to be like, oh, hey, you know what would be real fun? Savage raids or ultimate raids. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it synced. We're gonna try and get that dough. We're gonna try and get those really cool weapons. It's like, nah, that's not gonna happen. I am nothing like that. You wouldn't catch me doing Dancing Mad after doing it myself, because this one is insane. There's plenty. There is probably plenty that we will be able to do within the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Because let us remember that in the acronym of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, MMORPG means massive multiplayer online role-playing game. So we get to have a massive game with role-playing elements. So I reckon there is going to be something we will be able to do. It will not be limited by, you know, some weird, like, thingamadoogs of like, oh, like, you know, wouldn't be a... Like, you know, there's nothing to do after going through the main story quest line. There's gonna be so many things we could do. We could be going through the fucking... We can go through alt quests for, like, some of the other, like, classes that I have been going through. Hang on, where's my... We could be going through fucking PvP. We could try and learn how to do PvP. I could be doing crafting. I could be, you know, doing a level grind. No, not level grind. I can do mount farming. I could be figuring out how to go through Guardian. I can figure out how to go against Arkveld. There we go. I now have my drink. So many things I could be doing. I could just, you know, completely redo how my keyboard and mouse shortcuts work for the critically acclaimed MMORPG. So many things. We have a heat wave in my country. The museum decided to close today for the safety of the staff and the visitors, but because the decision was made less than 24 hours before my shift started, the museum is still legally obligated to pay the salaries out for everyone that did have to work in those 24 hours. Yes! You gotta love being paid for doing nothing. They are literally paying you so you do not have a problem. It's just one day. The FFXIV, one of the most famous amusement parks in my country, did decide to open. It was 38 degrees today. My prayers go out to them. Prayers go out to them today. What in the world is the FFXIV? I have never heard of this FFXIV before. Give me 1 minute, please, as I open up Opera GX and figure out what this is. To confirm. Actually, hang on. So it's this, right? All right. Click here, do this. And FFXIV. A World of Wonder is a fantasy-themed theme park in Katscheville, a town in the Netherlands. The attraction reflects elements from ancient European myth and legends, fairy tales, fables, and folklore. The park was opened May 31st, 1952. That's kind of cool. You got rides like the Flying Dutchman, Symbolica, Baron 1898. Okay. All right. Hopefully Artemis doesn't learn about this place. Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Wait, did you get the, were you in that latest thingy-madiggy from Moxie Doxy? Hang on a second. Let me just sorry, I just need to double check my my lewd folder real quick for a second, because there has been commissioned artwork over the timelines. Let me just check out Moxie Club real quick. Ding. No, I'm thinking of entirely different. I'm thinking of Snack. I'm thinking of Snack Rack is who I'm thinking of. My bad. I have made a grave error. You're here, darling. Your hopes are in vain. Damn it! Well, you didn't see anything. You didn't see anything about an amusement park in the Netherlands. That park will be open to 1, praise for the workers. 2, who goes there with 38 degrees. 3, it's 38 degrees Celsius. Darn. So you did learn about the what's-a-mahoozies place with the theme park in the Netherlands. I'm adding it to the list. When the fuck are we going to the Netherlands? I can imagine us going to a Ren fair in like Melbourne. I cannot imagine us trying to get into a fantasy folklore tale-y Netherlands. Like, the Netherlands is very far away. It's very far away. We have a better chance getting into Japan, like, fully decked out, and going into, like, a Studio Ghibli. Actually, I wonder, has Studio Ghibli done ancient? No, they haven't, have they? They haven't done... No, wait, maybe Lupin the Third, technically? Anyway, my brain isn't doing the proper thingy, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go into the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I was there last week. Some attractions had a wait line of 60 minutes, and back then it was a max 32. The list is for future travels. Japan is at the top of the list of international travels. Yeah! You get 50% off for max 5 people because of your work, so if you guys come, I would love to accompany you. Het is just gonna be Do you have a +1, Het? Because here's the thing, is that, like, I think Artemis would be super excited I did. So if you don't have a +1, it's going to be one of those cases where you're going to have me, GrantZeebs, you know, ready to go from like point A to point B with like, you know, a man on a mission kind of thing. And then you're going to have Artemis Snep just being like, ooh, ooh, ooh. You're going to need a +1. Sometime in the future. Yep, you're roped into this. Alrighty then. You know what you know what I'll do? Hang on. I've got a quest sitting there right now. Also, look at this. I've updated my gear list. So here's the amazing thing. So in preparation, I have created like this fun little, like, I've created my gear list and I've made it in the order of like, you know, the top. So like the top bit is like all the different tank classes, followed by the healer classes. Then it goes to the melees. And while I don't yet have the Samurai, the Reaper, the Viper, or the Beastmaster... Wait, did I put Beastmaster? Ninja, Samurai, Reaper, Viper... Yeah. While I don't have those jobs available, I've at least created a gear list with my warrior in as like a little fill-in. So then that way, all of my gear numbers are now like, you know, properly like set in with a little bit of gaps in there. So then that way, you know, I have the opportunity later on to like fill them in with other classes as they unlock and shit. It's gonna be brilliant. But yeah, hang on. I need to change over to the Alchemist. Yes, look at this. Look at this distinguished gentleman. Look at this bunny boy. He is going to be doing alchemy. I'm gonna take you to the Hustling Strip. Get rid of recommendations. Oh, I should probably... Where's the thingy? Here's the thingy-majiggy. Use this. And then... let's eat a sandwich. And another sandwich. There we go. Alrighty. So yeah, because I'll be frank with you, I am relatively close to getting done like all the different crafting classes up to level 70 out of the way. Ooh, oh yeah! The whatsamahoozy is on, the Dragon Quest. Thank you. Do I have this? Yes, I do. I already have it.
Restaurant paid me to say sandwich. Sorry, Zeebs. I only do
Manwich. You tried. You tried, and it didn't want you to do it. It's all good. But yeah, there we go. So, once again, this is what I love about this is what I love about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. They will just have Adventure Dragon Quest? Yeah, Dragon Quest. So the
don't make me.
It's one of their collaborative thing in the Diggies. Also, hi there, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Welcome to the stream. How did it go in Cooking Mama 3? Did you know in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, you can do a job class as a culinarian? And there's a full-on like little like, you know, crafting mini game when you do the crafting of culinarian? You again? I told you once before to leave, and I won't again. You come on behalf of the alchemist Severin, and you wish to know of the deceased's relatives? Very well. We've had such requests from him before with regards to preservation of the dead. For such a noble deed, I'll not deny you the information you seek. Your recruitment strategy isn't gonna work on me? Oh, just you wait. Just you wait, 8 Blue, Foxy Nicey Icy, because here's the thing, is that in this critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, there will be something. And because it comes with an expanded free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward, the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80, with no restrictions on playtime, I will find something for you. There's all kinds of things. My girlfriend, Artemis Snep, is playing this game. Not right now, I don't think, but she is playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV and is going around as a Dragoneer. Fish! Hi there, Davy boy. Welcome, welcome. Right now I'm still over in Crystal Goblin because, so many things I need to do. But, skip all this because I don't want to listen to the old lady. And now I need to go talk to someone in Revenant's Toll. Right now, I'm just quickly clearing up some of my, I'm clearing up some of my, quests for the crafting and shit. Congratulations on getting your traffic cone, Night Sky. Alrighty. You can just have a mouse under your head and make some meals. Ooh, bunny girl. Hello. Love the hair. Alrighty. But yeah, like you can do all kinds of things in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. And now I just need to head how far upstairs? Probably not that high up. So yeah. Alrighty. So What's-a-Mahoozy should be over here. You are. Oh, Zodiac Weapon Exchange, huh? I have devoted my life to treasures that glitter and gleam. If you would have crystals that truly shine, you know what I require. Luminous Fire Crystal. Formed during a battle waged on Az's Law. Sea of Clouds. Churning Mist. Creating Astral and okay, so you need Astral and Umbral nodes for something. There. Okay, we gotta talk to the Mikote. And morning, the heat wave has been hell. I am really sorry that there has been a heat wave going off all across the European or Western European countries. I am really, really bummed out to hear that this is happening to you. I really hope that you do like manage the heat in however you can, and that your, more superior built homes for the winter do have some sort of form of terraforming to help bring the cold air in. You're currently playing 3 games at the same time. Oh my gosh, look at chat. Press 1 if you think Blue is playing too many games. Press 2 if you think he's fruity. Why, hello there, Grant. Whatever brings you to these parts? Erling's burial chamber? You wish to know of the body interred there in my charge? Mm-hmm. And what could you possibly mean to do with such knowledge? The body at rest there is someone very special to me.
Paid me to say 67.
There was a streamer that had this really funny idea. I love this idea, and I would totally like, Blue, tell me if this is a good moderation tool. Let's say there's someone that just says something like, like cap or, something a little bit wild. Nothing bannable or timeoutable, but you still wanted to punish them in some way. And so what you do is you throw a forced advertisement onto them. You just have a moderation tool where you're like, ah, yes, let me just force you to go through 3 minutes of advertisement for your thing. Could you imagine? Could you imagine forcing advertisements on people? That's a good idea. Lol. But yeah, nah, it's all good, head. It's all good, head. Damn it, I need to go to the bathroom. I would just, absolutely decimate people for the 6-7. It's not a bannable offense or anything like that. It's just something I would love to do, like a little, like just a cheeky little prank on someone. Like forcing them to go through 30 seconds of advertisement while I really quickly go to the bathroom because I really, really need to go to the bathroom. Damn, 96% himbo. That is like the reverse 69. That's incredible. stole my shirt! You stole my shirt! How dare you? Why would you do this to me, stealing my shirt? Who stole my shirt? Hang on. Artemis! Also, hi there, Code. I see you in the corner there. How long have you been there? Code? Chat, is he alive? Is he there? Microphone hates me. Ah, you've been going through some Microsoft updates. So,
I need a new microphone. It just hates me.
it's a... Chat, go check out Code the Yoshi. They do some fun things. They do some Final Fantasy XIVs here and there, and they do other Final Fantasy games.
I also have a throne where you guys can help buy me a new microphone. You know.
Oh yeah, hang on. Where's the exclamation point throne?
That would go to yours.
Okay, well, what's yours? You're a moderator. I don't have like restrictions on people being able to or not being able to send blah 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 links and shit. Sometimes there's good links, and I'm not gonna stop people immediately. No one's abused it yet because I'm a small time streamer.
I normally do just be on the safe side because yeah, like fucking people sending all those. Hey, you want to get free money?
Nah, Saribot grabs those kinds of people before they do anything. Hi there, Goldie. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, well, here's my OnlyFans for everyone to come on by and see my feet.
Thank you, Het, for the what's-a-mahoozy clip. I probably should work on, like, you know, doing an exclamation point clip for the actually, no, Twitch already has, like, good, like, clipping software and such. But, yes, there's Code the Yoshi's, throne. Let's have a look. Do you have... Let's see, we're checking chat. We're gonna be vibe checking the throne real quick. Alright, so we got... So this is what you're looking at? The HyperX Quadcast 2.
Yeah, people say that one's a really decent one. So it's like, okay, I might go with that one.
The top three, I would argue, is going for either like HyperX or Elgato's like Wave mics, like their more recent ones, because they've been doing some updates here.
But I've got the Wave 1, but it's not been really working well with the newer updates. So, like, I was considering like what is it, Wave 3 now? Is it at this point?
Well, they still release Wave 1 and Wave 3, but they like hang on a sec. They've done recently like major changes. So like they've released marks because they've recently made it so that, you know, the new Wave mics have like a built-in
Wave 3 Mark II.
Yeah, so they got like a Wave 3 Mark II. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then there's Wave Nano, and then there's Wave like DX, which is like their more like direct thingamadiggy, which requires you opening into like an XLR, like or an XLR Pro, or what I'm doing, have the XLR dock. The thing that annoys me so much is that they do this like V2 thing, and they're like, ah, yes, it now comes with a processor to do, you know, VST effects and such. But I'm like sort of going, hang on, I already have like my Wavelink stuff doing all that, you know, VST editing and such like that. Why? Like, is this thing doing it quicker or something like that? Like, there hasn't really been a really clear instruction as if it's just like a small, like, you know, benefit, or if there's actually like, you know, a clear difference to how their processing works on the microphone as opposed to like software wise.
Yeah, but a lot of the time I see like, you know, it's the like HyperX meant to be really good.
They are. The one thing I am doing last July 7th. Okay, cool. The one thing I'm trying to avoid falling into this pitfall is going for products that are like, because like for me, HyperX feels like a gamer brand, and I'm a little hesitant in going into them.
Yeah.
Elgato, I feel like encroaches on it, but it's more into content creation still. Like, it's still in that realm where it's not like explicitly for gamers, because it's like they are very much doing all this extra stuff that gamers would never do. Like, let's be frank, the Stream Deck could have just been a very simple macro software, but it isn't that. It is doing so many other things that it's like beyond the scope of normal gamers.
There is that other one, the Shure mic.
Shuri.
Like
Or
SHURE. I think that's just Shure, isn't it?
Shuri. Yeah. So this is when you enter into the realm of like, oh yes, here's a dynamic microphone, which requires like an XLR converter and such. This here is used by so many podcasters because it's like super wide range. But here's the thing, it is very expensive. And because it's very sensitive, it's very quiet. So you have to put in like phantom power through it and such. Like this is very expensive. This is like being told, hey,
like,
I need to get an office chair with no like real context as to like how long you're going to be sitting at the desk or anything like that, and your first thought is Herman Miller. I am going to, for my very first office chair, I'm going to go for a Herman Miller. Do you sit at your desk for long hours? No. Is this your first office chair? Yeah. Like this is what the Shuri like microphone is. It's
because I've seen
overkill.
there's the one at the moment, the MV6. I think a lot of people go with at the moment because it's like $300.
Yeah. USB gaming. The fact that they're like, oh, it's a gaming microphone. It's like, because gaming is like mil spec. It doesn't actually, it's like you're paying a premium for less features, usually.
Yeah, tap to mute, isolation technology, digital pop stopper.
Well, the thing is that like, some of these features exist already in Windows or with like programs that people like, for instance, like Discord has that processing already. So like, but yeah, no, I think the quadcast you put in is a good idea.
Dualcast is what I use, so that's what Velk uses too. Yeah, but I'm sticking with the HyperX, and you know, it's there for anyone to contribute. Contribute to, you know, uwu.
I wonder what the difference is between Duo and Quad. But yeah, let's see. You got Miitopia.
Well, that was
Tamagotchi Life. Hey, you got the Yoshi. Jesus Christ, $107 for a Yoshi game?
Yeah.
Nintendo just being like, buy my game. Yeah, sure, Nintendo. $107 minimum.
I mean, EB Games, I think, has it for around the same price.
I think JB... one thing I've noticed is that sometimes JB Hi-Fi is actually like $10 cheaper sometimes.
Yeah, Yoshi and the Mystery Book. Yeah. So it's around the same price, $109.
Yeah, it's like $99 in JB Hi-Fi.
JB.
Yeah. So.
I got a fair few games there. I got, you know, Sonic Unleashed, the Silent Hill Collection, Sly Cooper, and then of course I've got all my, you know, figurines that I want, my Beastars, my Legoshis,
the ergonomic chair,
and food,
snacks.
Well, actually, I probably need to remove that chair because, like, I just bought one, but I might keep that one there.
Who knows?
Actually, I need to add that one as I need to change that to a contribution one because that's
kind of expensive. Yeah. The thing I like. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna minimize this and go through more of the dialogue. I will remind me that I was looking at your chair, your office chair, and that there's an idea that occurred. So let me just go through the dialogue until then. What could you possibly mean to do with such knowledge? The body at rest there is someone very special to me. If this is a simple matter of satisfying your curiosity, I'm afraid I must refuse. Alchemy. So you have discovered a corpse that seems to be yet alive? I do not understand what that has to do with with the deceased in my care. Surely you do not think that there's some connection between the two. I'm sorry, Square Enix, but you cannot, and I'm being very serious here, you cannot just simply be like, oh yeah, let's just NI hyphen that.
Yeah, that could have ended up in that could have
like that. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Going like, it was just like, no, that felt dangerous.
No.
Heartstrike, you say? A blade imbued with the power to resurrect the dead? And you suspect a thaumaturge of conducting such experiments? If that were to be true, then... Very well. I will tell you of the one laid to rest in my keep. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I don't know how old this Mikote is. She could just be like, you know, a classic silver fox, you know, Steve Carell style, where there's really no actual change to the voice to like that major old. She could be, you know, just as, you know, softly spoken as Y'shtola, but for whatever reason, I'm still treating her like a super old lady. It is my love, my dearest Niale. Okay, cool. I thought Niale. He was murdered just before the coming of the calamity. Moided. But there is more. Once dead, it was as if time itself stopped, as if the natural laws were suspended just for him. His body does not deteriorate. Even now, he appears as the day he died. The grief of losing my Niale was more than I could bear. I surrendered myself to the belief that some strange affliction had taken him, but that someday he would awaken from it and return to me. Without that to carry me, I myself could not have survived. But as I spend my days raising Asilia, I slowly came to live with the realization that he was dead, and that never would he return to me. And now the belief I cling to is that his soul is at peace at Thul's side. Even so, I search tirelessly for some way to make sense of what is happening to my Niale, but I have found nothing to lead me to an answer. You say you have found a young lady who remains exhibit the same strangeness as my love's, and that this blade, this heart strike, may well be responsible for it? That is what you are thinking, is it not? Then I will help you where I can. Let us find this heart strike together. But I am reminded now of what transpired the last time you and I worked together in such a way. Perhaps... Yes, I know just who to call upon for this. I do not remember working with this woman ever before. I am one of those people where I have actually skipped a lot of crafting things. The only reason I'm not skipping this scene is because I'm in the middle of streaming the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. An old friend of mine will lend his aid. I have asked him to meet with us at the Eralig's burial chamber. Will you come? I should very much like to introduce you to Niale. Alright, we're all good with the dialogue. Nonsense. Nose. Darn you. Have you already gone through the collaboration quest that went through for Dragon Quest last year? Or was it the year before?
Yeah, I have.
Hmm.
Is that what you're doing now, is it?
No, I already did it. Hang on, let me stream it and then change the quality to 15720. There we go. It looks as though my old friend has yet to arrive. Come, let us meet Niale while we wait. It is time to open his coffin. Have you gone through, like, the what's-a-mahoozy, crafting quests?
No.
No, he says no. Inside the old coffin lays a perfectly preserved Elizan male. His beautiful, peaceful visage suggests a state of slumber rather than death. The absence of a pulse and breath suggests the absence of life, but it feels as though the corpse could awaken at any moment. It is the same phenomenon displayed by the remains of the young lady. Well,
Well, this is it. He's dead. You know.
Well, we knew
Game
that,
over.
but the problem is that why is it that we have two corpses, however long they've been dead, don't look dead? Dead people should be looking dead. They should be looking like the corpse emperor like that, where it's all shriveled up and the gums are receding and the eyes are sunken. But for now, it just looks like, just an NPC sleeping.
Really good in bombing.
Maybe. Hi there, Warhorse. It's nice to have some belly for extra bouncing. Oh.
Yeah.
For Code, yeah. You know what, Code? There is something crazy, Hazy, that I have to share with you. Apparently, you have a positive effect on Artemis Snep, on my girlfriend, when she needs to do things. Like if she needs to.
She has mentioned that.
Yeah, if she's doing studying, if she's needing to do like some critical tasks on the PC, it's you, your streams, and your voice.
I do have those sultry, smooth tones. Apparently,
this is coming from a man, I might add, that doesn't know how to say maths correctly.
Eh? What's this about meth?
See, like. I bet you, like, watch this. Aluminum.
Aluminum?
Okay, no, okay, you said it properly. Never mind.
You mean aluminium?
No. Aluminum. It's aluminum.
Aluminum.
No. That's tight. Hi there, Draconian man. What looks to be tight? Wow, motivated by another man. Yeah. I just can't, like, apparently I bring the sexy, so, like, anytime Artemis Snep, like, sees me in frame, it just imagine sexy back going off in the background. Meanwhile, when Code the Yoshi is on frame, it's instead... What's that music for, what's, like, a David Attenborough-like song? Does David Attenborough have a theme?
I'd have no fucking idea.
Ugh. We have music for sexy people, but we don't have music for smart, charismatic, soothing ASMR people. More like Code's voices than the right tonal range for my brain to stop running around like a deranged kitten. Okay.
I mean, back when I was doing radio, we used to get a lot of the old folk listening in.
Code just getting all the old folk, and they're just like, "You sound like my grandson. You are such a sexy voice."
Please never say that about somebody's grandson. That was terrible. No.
Code Yoshi opening letters from really old mothers, and they're just like, "You are such a sweet and kind soul. If you find yourself over in Winnelly, Adelaide, I would love to get you a cup of tea." I don't know if there is a place called Winnelly in South Australia, but if any of you are living in South Australia, tell me how close to quote-unquote Winnelly is. Where's the taser? I have it. I keep the taser, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think I need to borrow the taser for like 5 seconds for that comment, Grant.
Ugh. Alright.
There we go.
Ow.
Deserved. Sorry.
Ugh. You need the Zeeb's body and the Code's voice. Gosh, could you imagine such a crazy combination?
That would be a little bit nutty.
Indeed it has. I wonder, should I still call you the Bronze Bull? Don't start with that. It's Grenfar, just like it always was. Grenfar is an old friend to both Niali and myself. Ho-ho, I know this adventurer. The one on what forged me a sword. Lord, you've my thanks for that. Still, I cherish it to this very day. Tell me then, for what are we here? Grant is with us, Grenfar, and he is here to help, to save Niali. I've come to realize that so long as we are unable to put his death behind us, we will never be able to move forward with our lives. There were choices I made when Niall Fressinet was oh, sorry. It's the, what's a Moozy Man? There were choices I made when Niall Fressinet was killed. I chose not to dwell on his death. I chose to leave my friends and make myself scarce. Ever since, I haven't been able to live with myself. So if there's aught I can do now, I'll do it. Let us give him and ourselves peace. Job location is in, so lurk over. Now trying to decide on dinner. Fried chicken.
I'm gonna make some little bit. I'm gonna make some little pork schnitzel dumplings. Not dumplings. Dippers.
That sounds delicious. Also, hi there, Goddess Line. Thank you, Grandfar. Your words bring me great comfort. Now I turn now to you, Grant. Tell your tale to Grandfar. Tell him of the corpses, the thaumaturge, Hotstrick, everything. Fried chicken is an option. I was thinking getting Miss India delivered, but that's very expensive. Ooh, good point. And I'm pretty sure you've already had like a butter chicken or something like that this week, haven't you?
Butter chicken.
Butter chicken's good. I will be real with you.
It is.
But you need to like temper it. You can't have it all the time. Otherwise you lose the flavor. Twice. See? Twice. Another corpse that doesn't rot? It can't be. Heartstrike lost its power. It's useless, and has been ever since I stole it from Lord Lorito some 5 years past. You? You mean to say you had it in your possession? Grandfar, tell me now, do you know who did this to Niali? If only. I saw how he was. Dead, but not. It wasn't natural. I'd heard of the blade and what it could do. I suspected it had been used on him. So I thought if Heartstrike could be used to do this, perhaps it could be used to undo it. I mean to free his spirit from whatever jail it's in. I learned the blade belonged to Lord Lolorito, and so I broke into his estate and stole it.
Oh, great. Lolorito. That's just what we fucking need.
Look, everyone in Old Da is a bastard, okay? The Lalafels, bastards. The merchants, bastards. The Sultana, bastards. The Syndicate, every single one of them, bastards.
Bastards.
Bastards, all of them. Because it's just filled with greedy capitalists and short people. And greedy short capitalists. The worst. But the Heartstrike you took was already void of power, if it ever had any at all, and so you weren't able to save Niali with it. Right after that, I threw the blade into Soot Creek to be done with it. So I'm just gonna move something across. There we go. There we go. But this changes things. If Mamuepo dealt in these darkest of arts, might be he knows a way to save Niali. Problem is, that crazed mummer's not like to speak any truths from his cell. I'll meet with him myself. I've some old friends of my own, what may be able to arrange it, and you, adventurer, I'll have a word outside with you.
He gonna spank you?
Nah, I am the warrior of light. I am capable of a great many things. Alrighty. Dun dun dun. Congratulations on your watch streak, Draconian Man. You get to get even more channel points to do cool things in my streams. To meet with Momerepo may prove simple enough, but having the truth from him will not. That is where I ask your aid. Like that? Yeah, like that. Like the zebra stream thingamadiggies. I need you to speak with the alchemist Severian. Find out what tonics or potions he can muster to loose the lips of our Lalafell. I mean to present it under the guise of good intentions. Forgive me, this is the way, but I did not wish to speak of it to Flachman. Now go, and may the gods be with you. Ah, yes, some good old-fashioned, what's the word?
Poisoning?
Drugging. Yes, no, it's drugging. We're not poisoning the person, we're drugging them, so then that way they can tell us things. Fun fact, there is no, like, IRL truth serum. All we have are drugs that will either muddy the mind or cause, you know, discomfort in the brain. Oh, it's the guild master. So, the remains of the famed
Night
goldsmith.
Sky Gem paid me to say time for bed. Good night, Yarn. Woo.
All good, Night Sky. Thank you so much for at least coming in here for the start of the stream and sticking around for a little bit. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful night. So,
Guy demands you drink.
yeah, all right. Sippy time before I do even more voices. One moment. So, the remains of the famed goldsmith Niel Fresnay suffered the same fate as that of our young lady? And you believe the blade heartstrike to be the common thread that weaves this tapestry together? How intriguing! And now, Grenfar asks for a gift for Momepio, does he? A concoction to turn the Lalafell's tongue to talking? Such deviousness! I dare say I like the way our Grenfar thinks. Ooh, so the alchemists really are morally corrupt. As it just so happens, I was considering a similar tactic myself indeed. I have already begun preparation of the ingredients needed, yet a dilemma lies before us. Namely this. Momepo is not fool enough to simply imbibe some unknown tonic presented to him by a random caller. But as can be expected, I have the solution. It has come to my knowledge that Momepo has an unslakable thirst for muntai juice, and it just so happens that exposing said juice to the fermentation process twice over yields a natural truth serum. One our unsuspected Lalafell is likely to quaff heartedly and without heed. Here then, take these reagents, but mind your hand. They may appear to be more than just mere juice ingredients, but within them lies the potential for great chemical catastrophe. Dun, 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 dun. Why do you tarry here? Granfar awaits the twice-fermented Muntai juice at Erleg's burial chamber, does he not? See it to him with all haste, and should you discover aught else, bring word to me forthwith. Alright, so we just need to really quickly make this thing. Alright, we are gonna... So that does 300% progress, which does... There we go. And now we go waste not, innovation, and then we just go through the thing. Also, I'm just gonna switch this very quickly. There we go.
You go through the Julie.
Yep, I'm just going through the crafting. 46. No, not yet. And then 360. Nope, not yet. Now we can use Byragot's Blessing. Uses up all the thingamadiggies. And now, do we have Careful Sin? Yes, we do. There it is, right there. And another one. And another one.
Bites the dust.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bam, bam, bam. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that reminds me. When this was in my head earlier about the whole, like, you know, not wanting to be, like, you know, so heavy into gamer merchant, like gamer brands and such like that. And we were and this was when we were looking at your chair and what have you. But one of the things that, because like back in, I want to say 2020 or 2021, I purchased a not Steel Series, a Secret Lab chair because, you know, I got bought in by the whole, like, you know, gamer aesthetic and, you know, this high quality leather back chair with, like, you know, with a little bit of lumbar support and, you know, height adjustment. Like, I got roped into it. It looked cool. I think I went for the Omega, so then that way it was able to hold like 150 kilos. I was heavier than 150 kilos at the time. Anywhoosies. Yeah. Because of like my back being so sore, like after like long hours of sleep or like, you know, just being in this chair, I then finally like, you know, was like doing a little bit of research into things, and like there was a guy that mentioned of like, oh yeah, like the design of that bucket seat design, like, you know, the racing chairs, which, you know, every gamer's like, oh yeah, let's go for that Bathurst chair. The bucket design is not great because like it forces you to like move, like roll your shoulders and things, because you're not like, you know, naturally like, you know, resting your shoulders or like leaving it to droop or anything like that. You're kind of forced into like a little shell to be like, so it's not as great. So one of the things I will definitely be doing in the future, I'll need to double check like, you know, the approximate age of this chair, of whether or not it is worth doing an upgrade or not. But I will be looking into like, instead of getting like a Secret Lab chair or something from Officeworks, that's super cheap, I will actually start looking for like an ergonomic office chair that's like, you know, a high quality, but nothing like a Herman Miller, because that's very expensive. And also I want something where I'm able to just sort of lean back and just be like, wee.
The lean back.
Yep.
The lean back.
All right. Grandpa, were you able to mix us a gift for Mumepio? Yes, a twice fermented Muntai juice. Ho-ho, a job well done, my friend. I knew I was in the right to ask this of you. I need time to see the deed done. You and Flufferman will have to wait. And I already have all these items on me now, so I'm just gonna go for the silver pieces. Dun-dun-dun-dun. In probing fundamentals reality, you have learned manipulation. And I have leveled up for my troubles as well, so now I can use the Doman Iron What's-Mahoozy, which raises the thingy. There we go. Hi there, Capricious! She final on my She in my fantasy.
Hi, 14.
Hi, Cap.
Hi, Cap.
How goes it?
Good. Guess who's got the house to themselves for 5 days?
Me? GrantZeebs.
GrantZeebs has his house to
I-
himself for 5 days.
Well, no, I live in an
Can't you believe
apartment,
it,
not a
chat?
home, not a house, so that's slightly different. But who does it? Who does?
Me.
Oh, awesome!
I am going to draw boobs a lot.
Hell yeah.
I already drew some boobs today. Would you like to see the boobs?
Yeah. You're welcome to. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to click this one. You're welcome to share the boobs in my DMs. I am an enjoyer of boobs.
Chat's not allowed to look at boobs unless you join. Oh wait, no, we can't join that anymore. Unless you fucking follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter.com and
For Affinity?
MySpace.com and for Affinity.
You do not still have MySpace.
I never had MySpace. MySpace was like out of fashion as soon as I got on the internet.
Oh,
I was gonna say
damn.
she's way too young for MySpace.
Wait, how? What?
At 24.
Oh, okay. You had me worried there for a second. Yeah. No, you could have been on the early side.
Juvenile?
Could have been on the underside. But where is my brain at? Also, hi there, Tony, 1992. Aussies are so
Hey,
nice. Oh, I'm not an Aussie. I'm a fake Australian. I live here like for over half my life, but I am way more like American Canadian English Australian than just pure Australian. These two, however, are Australians.
And we're mean.
Yeah.
And we're fucking cunts.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They say it. They say it with such ease. Like if I say the word cunt, it doesn't like it. I feel like I'm forcing it.
That was a bit not quite our tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like.
It didn't quite have the it didn't quite have that kick to it. That good old fashioned nah cunt nah.
Didn't have that fucking je ne sais quoi.
Oh.
Je ne sais
Fucking
quoi.
the je ne sais quoi, mate. Fucking.
Nah.
Rude.
You gotta say it Australian like je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi.
Yeah.
I'm clearly in a VC that would call it bone apple tea.
Yeah. Also.
Bon apple tar.
Also, we have another returning guest to the stream. My cat Iggy.
Oh, Iggy!
He doesn't have fleas.
Thank goodness.
Yay! No more fleas.
Yeah.
Sorry for the wait, friend. Thanks to your little gift, I heard what I needed from Mumiopo. I'll tell all as soon as some old friends of mine arrive. Dun-dun.
I gotta put my tablet away so I can log on to Last Fantasy XIV.
The critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and tantalizing Stormblood and player favorites Shadowbringers up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Was that another dollar you got from Square Enix, Grant?
God, I wish.
If only.
If
We'd all
only.
be rich.
Brought to you by
Seriously,
Carl's
at this
Jr.
point they might as well be.
Would be good. Could you imagine?
Could you imagine Grant being brought to us by Carl's Jr.?
Do we actually have Carl's
Let it be
Jr.
known.
in Australia? Actually, like when I work the Saturday shift in the office, they give us like a $35 Uber Eats voucher, and there is a Carl's Jr. near our work that I'm able to use it on.
There was a Carl's Jr. around the corner from us, but they closed down due to really poor sales. Because like the burgers were good, like I won't lie, but like the store just went to shit.
Yeah, but as we all know, the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's. Hashtag not sponsored.
Just a fan.
I fucking love Hungry Jack's.
I'm trying to think like what would be my. I feel like if there was a Carl's Jr. If there was a Carl's Jr. near the place I lived, I would probably go for Carl's Jr. as like my go-to burger joint. But like I think McDonald's is still like a constant for me. Like it is I understand it's not the best fast food, don't get me wrong, but
It's not even good fast food. It's just there.
but here's the thing. Not like it's an emphasis of Darwinism, which is there is nothing worse than McDonald's. And if there is, it will get taken out of the competition. Like, you have to be better than McDonald's in everything before you can make a name for yourself. No one cares if you have amazing burgers but shitty chips. They will sooner go to McDonald's or any of the other burger joints. If you do an amazing chicken sandwich but terrible like chicken nuggets, they're not gonna go to you. They're gonna go to McDonald's or KFC. You have to be good, like you have to offer almost to the same quality or greater than. You cannot have anything offered at a lower quality than McDonald's. I'm so happy IHOP isn't in Australia. Oh, IHOP would fail. You know what would be interesting though? A Waffle House. Like, could you imagine something of Waffle House caliber being like in like Sydney, like outback in the outback and shit, and it's like there's fires all around, and the Waffle House is just like, we got hoses. We're sticking around in here. Could you imagine the craziness?
Can you imagine the fights that take place in an Australian Waffle House?
I don't think there would be any fights. Australians aren't like feisty people.
I don't know.
Like short of booze, like, and even then, like it doesn't happen. Like, I stopped going to McDonald's after age 8 since they are just not good anymore. You would take KFC chicken over most. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yo, you know what I miss?
What do you miss?
The McDonald's ice cream cake.
The what now?
The Freddo one's pretty good though.
The McDonald's had an ice cream cake that was just so fucking good.
Mm.
All right.
Oh yeah. I need to go through.
What is
more.
your favorite? What is your favorite chip out of all the fast food joints?
Oh, my favorite chip?
Yeah.
It's gonna be from a kebab shop. I'm sorry. Like I know
No,
that's
that's reasonable.
I know that's a bit of a cop out because but quite frankly, it's the epitome. It's an anti-capitalist epitome, pinnacle. Because if someone tried franchising kebabs, the franchise would be absolutely terrible.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
everyone has a
No
kebab
chance.
shop. I don't know how, but kebab shops, despite having national acclaim, I don't think there is a kebab franchise. Like, Aparo doesn't even come close, and Aparo is just shit.
Yeah, no, it's. Why is that? That is something that needs to be studied. CSIRO, get on that shit.
I just throw bangers. The American in me knows fast food. Like Australians, you're stuck in your ways. Like there was no way Starbucks was going to break into the Australian market. But you know what did?
Oh fuck no, our coffee is too good.
It's not that. I will be frank with you. Australians being snotty about their drinks is not that. Because here's the thing. Australians are very prideful on the flat white. That's it. They are absolutely terrible in trying to do anything other than the flat white. And it's all because let me be very frank. The floor of a flat white is really, really low, but at the same time, the ceiling for the flat white is really, really low as well. You are not going to, a 10 out of 10 flat white is more easily accomplished than an 8 out of 10 mocha. There are more things in the barista world than a flat white.
Okay. Counterpoint though. The amount of multiculturalism and brought in coffee cultures from Lebanon and Turkey and Italy, from all around the Mediterranean where the original coffee trade was, even Vietnamese coffee. We have such a broad variety of coffee that if you're just going to a regular white people cafe, I don't think you're getting the full Australian coffee experience.
No, you're not.
If you want to talk coffee, I would recommend talking to barista about this, Werebear. They're actually a legitimate barista. They actually did competition.
It's in the name.
So if you want to talk to them about national coffees and stuff like that,
wait, are they in Australia? I thought they.
No.
Okay.
They do come to Australia though. They have come to Australia a fair few times.
They
were here for they were here for Furdu this year.
Ooh, that was kind of cool. I didn't see them at Furdu. I went down there for Korean barbecue with Blue Foxy Nicey Icy.
Well, they spend most of their time in the artist den.
Ah, okay, that would do it. So, but yeah, that I don't know how hot of an opinion it is, but I feel the whole quality. But yeah, the quality of coffee. Yes, Australians have a higher sort of care for coffee than the average American. That much is true by the sheer fact that there's way more Americans than Australians with shit tastes in coffee. That's just gonna happen numbers wise. But I wouldn't put down I wouldn't put down, oh, Starbucks failed because they had shit coffee. It's no, Starbucks failed because they were rapidly expanding in a culture that does not care to change their ways quicker than 2 weeks. They you know what is a foreign brand that has infiltrated Australia and has made themselves properly stuck into the ways of Australia and that there's no way of getting rid of them out of the borders? Gloria Jean.
Oh.
Gloria Jean is a
foreign?
foreign. Yeah.
It is.
You're fucking kidding. Hold on, I gotta Google this.
Your Foster's is native and your Gloria is foreign.
Although
That's what
Gloria
fucks me
Jeans
up.
do have some really good sandwiches.
Gloria Jeans, Russian clothing retail.
Nah, I think you got it wrong. Hang on a second. 1 moment, please. Where's Wikipedia? Chat, we're not going through the
Ever since 79.
Gloria
Chicago,
Jeans.
Illinois. We're drinking Chicago coffee? Unbelievable.
We getting the coffee from Chicago.
From fucking Chicago. Chicago.
Yep.
Unfucking believable.
Yeah, your coffee is American. Your beer is your coffee is American, your kebabs are Turkish, and your Nah, I'll have something better. I'll have something that will
Isn't Foster's Japanese?
No, Foster's is Australian.
I thought it was
No.
What the fuck?
Foster's was made in Victoria, I'm pretty sure. It was.
We need to get a time machine and gun down the people who thought of that idea.
Americans living in Australia.
Exactly. Gun them down.
Look, if you do that, you might not be able to get GYG. Because GYG was made by Americans who went to Australia.
No, I don't care for GYG. I think it's overrated as shit.
Fair enough.
Just those two. Just those motherfuckers who made Foster's. That's it.
We don't want to get rid of like Nando's or GYG or Zambros. Just Foster's. Just
that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's their fault that the Blue and
It's
Max
their
can
fault
no
that
longer be
Americans-
friends.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Nobody
Oh fuck. And my
Nobody- Nobody got my joke.
Nah, we missed it. It got missed. I'm so sorry.
There was so much anonymous. I say hi.
Hello. All right, hang on. Dialogue time. Oh, hang on. Sorry, what was that?
Nothing. I'm just worried about Cap.
Remember to swallow.
I was mid-eating and I wanted to say hi to Artemis, but I had my mouth full.
These two are Popakuli and Sesaraka, the sons of Majina and Sons Mineral Concern, an old friend of mine. It was they who arranged my meeting with Momepio. Oh, God fucking damn it. Before I tell you what Muepio spoke of Heartstrike, I must tell you of our crime. The unforgivable crime that denied a young girl a happy life. It was 15 years past. The leaders of Uldar were weak in the face of the Garlean threat, and so Nilifrasene and we had rebellion in our hearts. One day, with the small folk behind us, we meant to take to the Syndicate a proposal of early and open war with the Empire. To lend our movement weight, we orchestrated a riot within the city center. There was a festival, a parade, and a beast bound and shackled. The plan was to set it loose so that we could then bring it back under control. Grenfa and Nilifrasene would have become heroes of the people and use that influence to lead the uprising. It was folly.
You want me to take over one of the roles?
Sure, do you want to take on Flamimin?
Yeah.
You want to take over the
our
silver
plan
fox of the
failed.
Makode?
Yeah. Our plan failed. Once unleashed, the monster could not be brought to heel. It ran rampant, and in doing so, killed Scylla's father, Warburton. By our misguided hands, the only family that child had left was taken from her.
But you raised her as your own after all. You did all you could to make things right. Not like me. I took the Craven's route. I ran.
I'm dead!
Yes, you are. No matter what good may come of the rest of my days, it will never undo that day. I must live with it, and I will. I'll carry that burden for me and for Nilifrasene.
Alfresco.
This wrong was ours, and ours alone. We'll not ask or expect you to understand. It is enough that you seek out Heartstrikes for your own reasons, but where our interests are the same, we'd like to help. Cesaruka, tell him.
Ask or.
As a Garlean spy loyal to the Alamegan resistance, Warburton learned of a threat to Eldar far more menacing than the Empire. Looking back, we could only assume it was Delamud and what it contained. Never did we imagine such a horror. We thought only to use the idea of a threat to stir the people to rebellion, to drive them to favor war with the Empire. But Warburton died, and with him whatever knowledge he had, and so we could not say for sure what the threat to Uldar was. Even so, Nilafrosine would not relent. He conspired with Mumuyepo to make use of Heartstrike. No doubt he meant to revive Warburton and heard from him what he knew. But before he could... Oh, did you want to take on this Lalafell?
Pop Cooley, yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
But before he could, the Syndicate took action. They sought to stop the uprising that wanted war with the Empire. And did so by having assassins of Death's Embrace murder Neil Fresner.
Moepo came across his remains and thought it is the perfect chance to test Heartstrike for his own ends. That is how Nilafrosine became his first subject.
Needless to say, Neil Fresner did not rise from the dead. Heartstrike's powers were no longer great enough to work such miracles. There is a likely similar story behind the corpse of the young lady you found after Moepo incurred the wrath of the Sultana and was dismissed from the Order of Noldthal and imprisoned. Heartstrike was returned to its original keeper, Lord Lolorito. We fucking hate that guy, he's a cunt.
We hate the Lalafell capitalists. It was then that I stole into Lord Lolorito's estate and made off with Heartstrike. But as we said, its power had already waned. I swear by the gods I threw the bloody thing into Soot Creek to be done with it. If someone did use it on this girl, they may have fished it up from there. Beyond any magical powers, Heartstrike is worth a pretty gill simply as an ornamental blade. A true treasure. Mayhaps someone found it at the creek bottom, sold it at the market, and from there it found its way to some criminal hand. If there's any clues to be had, they'll be at the market. We do well to ask the city shopkeepers what they know, but I can't ask them all on my own. Will you aid me in this, friend?
Yeah.
Then I am in your debt. Come, let us talk of who is to visit what shops once we are outside the burial chamber.
I'm still dead!
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Just once in a while, just like, we just have the corpse man just going, I'm still dead.
If anyone can hear me, I'm still dead.
Ah, yes, there's our girl boss. Look at her.
You like my hat?
Cap, I don't know how to tell you this, but your head is partly shoved up the backside of a Slime King.
I need to learn what the button is to like change from like running to auto what's mahoozies.
Divide.
Thank you. Greatly appreciated.
Click that, I'm too cute. Jake, click that.
You think it's slash on the... Yeah, it is! Thank you. Yes, it's the divide button on the numpad. It's very important. Alright. I love how Grenfar is right next to all these ladies. They're just like, hi, boys. Are you having a wonderful day? Oh my gosh, I love that emote. Tubby Jones. Why does that name ring a bell? Yeah, he was over in what's-a-mahoozy's stream. He was over in Code stream. Who is this Tubby Jones?
Who is this man?
Oh yeah.
Tubby Jones. I prioritize friends over content. All the best. Right wink. Tubby Jones over here.
We have a sniper.
we just have some random fucker. Tubby Jones. Who is this man? Who is Tubby Jones?
He's the tubbiest of Jones. The name's Jones. Tubby Jones.
James, the James Bond, names Bond. What? James
Bond's the name. James' name.
James' name.
These two. What? Bond's name. Oh my god. James Non's having a strong bondulance.
Bondulance. Okay, Chad, if you don't know what we're talking about, there is a meme. This is one of the problems of being on the internet and having this kind of humor is there is a meme of someone just doing a started as like a Twitter thing, and then people have gone and done a like VAing nonsense here. So it's like the Bond's name, James' name, please to what? And then it goes, Bond names the James. Are you all right? Bane nods, having a stroke. Call a bondulance.
You know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
Me and you
Yeah.
could easily just like squish him between both of our tits.
I mean, we could. Yeah. True. Good.
Can I get a true in the chat?
Do not write that in the chat.
Can I get a true? Can I get a true?
Yeah. Can we get a true in the chat? You know.
Can we get a true? Can we get more than
You
true
wrote
in
it
the
yourself. That doesn't count.
Nope. Totally counts. Still
true?
counts.
That's true.
Artemis says true.
No, Artemis, why would you write that? This is uncalled
Thank you, Artemis.
She agree.
You know what we need in Final Fantasy XIV?
Sorry?
You know what we need in
Bigger
Final
bellies?
Fantasy XIV? Well, that too, but also a high five emote.
Honestly, I would love
I would like that. Yeah, high five.
I would love to see like collaborative emotes like that. Like you said, the high five, because they have it in Destiny 2 where it's like oh yeah, like you can do like combined thingy-majiggies.
Walking down the street, pretty woman, the type I'd like to meet, a pretty woman.
I'll see to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Cesaruka and Papaluki, you take the Ruby Road Exchange.
Oh
Cause
shit!
Tales.
Was that my line? I was too busy looking at hot rock guy.
No, this was me. As for you, friend, pay a visit to Asthenes Aesthetics. It's owned by Lord Lolorito, after all. Someone there may know something of the path it's taken since it's left his hands. But yeah, so far Artemis is still on the Lancer class, by the by. She recently hit level 15 in the MSQ as well. Like, she's gone through the job quests to level 15.
Yeah.
So,
which means she should have brand new clothing.
Hell yeah.
So yeah. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to hang on. Where is the invite to Dink? There we go. Wow, a cross-link shell.
I need to kill one of my tabs. Fuck the battle tab. Oh no, the battle tab did not work.
I should have new clothing.
Oh yeah. So there's an outfit. So when you do the party thing, so it tells you how to do like your DPS. I've signed off of Final Fantasy for now because they're gonna make dinner soon.
Fair enough.
If you're trying to look for me.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to double, because yeah, I only recently. So yeah, I've got a cross-link shell with people who are like Aussie boys and Aussie girls and such like that. And if I get like over 8 people in here, it's gonna be like a right. I technically have a static. Currently at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6. We got 6 people in here. We got 6 Aussie boys and Aussie girls that are over in North American data centers. Because the annoying thing is that we can't do a cross-link shell that like sits in materia, or at least as far as I know. Because every time I've gone there isn't a cross-link shell while I'm there.
Okay, I've got my crossworld link shell number 1 on
Nice.
there.
Where are we going?
I don't know how to, like, make sure it's like. Oh, there we go.
Neo.
There we go.
Wow.
I'm in.
Hell yeah. Hmm.
What are you looking at? Helicopter. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
What are we looking at? Helicopter.
Helicopter.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've got such a pain in the neck right now. I have no idea why.
10,000 years will seriously create a crank in the neck.
Does that mean 10,000-year-old hyper gilf cap? Can I get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah.
Why do I turn into fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin whenever I talk about cool shit?
Because Stone Cold
How about
Steve
you?
Austin does some good shit. It talks about some good shit. Like, you're not like, oh my gosh. I need to find you a, I need to get you, like, you know Jesse Ventura?
Not quite, but go on.
So he is like this is really funny. I was at a trivia night and there was like a little thing of like, oh yeah, who had the campaign slogan Ogan from Minnesota of my governor can beat up your governor. And I knew who this was because of Smiling Friends, where it's like, oh yeah, Jesse Ventura. He like became a governor of Minnesota because he was very much against the Vietnam War and shit like that. And after like wrestling, and he has the campaign slogan of like, you know, or the tagline joke of, you know, my governor can beat up your governor and all that kind of such.
That is actually like rad.
That is rad. And yeah, he is very much like strongly like against like wars and such like that. And like he's like, it's amazing to think that this guy has some real good like takes and lines like as a governor of Minnesota. And so there was like this one meme where it's just like, ah, yes, my governor Jesse Ventura's wise words. And it gets a line from, I'll need to make sure I have the right video. I need to double check this is it, because it's like, he says this.
The only war I endorse is the war I'm gonna put in WrestleMania
There we
this
go.
year.
Here's the video. Watch it in your own time. It's just crazy to think that there was like, yeah, this man became our governor, and he has on tape like he throws the F slur in this movie, and it's just like, this will make you a real sexual tyrannosaurus. And you're just like, yep, that's our governor. Oh, could you imagine someone like Chris Hemsworth becoming a premiere?
That'd be fucking crazy.
That would be fucking cool. By the stars, if it isn't
Can I
the
say
great.
something?
Sorry, say that again.
Can you say something?
You can go on.
I think you can be excused from for saying the F slur if it's funny enough.
And you think Jesse Ventura talking in Predator, his line that apparently that passes, he can use the F slur in that regard?
If it's funny enough.
Chat, if you want to know, like, let me share it. There we go. This fucking.
I think you broke him.
It's just funny to think, because like of all this like things where it's just like, oh yeah, like, you know, huge like heavy stance against like, you know, sending boys to Vietnam, heavy stance against like funding to Israel and all this kind of nonsense. Like there's all these quotes here, and then you just get a random hit of him like, you know, downplay, like, you know, no, like, you know, remarking against like the people in this helicopter, and he's just like, this is stuff will turn you into a sexual Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ugh.
Additionally, it fits to the character.
Say that again.
They do not like gay people. in the 70s.
No, they didn't. It was very derogatory, despite the fact
Yeah.
that the 70s were just made better. Wait, when was Queen big? Was it in the 70s or the 80s?
I think both.
I think both.
Yeah, like the 70s were made better.
Bowie
by,
was in the 70s, so like,
yeah. We
love
got,
your uncle.
in Pride Month, we must remember the 70s were made better with the gay people. Okay, like we owe it to them.
Exactly. We made things better.
Yep. It was for the movie, and that movie has so many good lines. Everyone with someone like, "You have been shot." Yes, I have. You're bleeding. I have no time to bleed. We need to get this done. Yeah, like the whole movie is just hyper macho manisms, where it's just like, "Dylan, you son of a bitch." He claps the hands. He's just like, "They got you pushing pencils." And like all of that, like there's like 2/3 of the film is just macho man in the jungle, and then much like from dawn till dusk, from dusk till dawn, does it do like the 180 thing of, oh yeah, you thought these guys, these super macho American like warriors, or is in the modern military, were just gonna be kicking ass and taking names? No, you were wrong. There's an alien here, and he's a predator, and they're all dying, and they're all dead, and they're all weak, and they're all gonna lose. By the stars, if it isn't the good Grant, whatever brings you to us today? Heartstrike? Now that is a name I have not heard in many a moon. But I can assure you that never in the past was Heartstrike the prize of a thief. Although I do recall, yes, it was sought after by some burling ne'er-do-well or another. Unbeknownst to him or her, however, the blade they made off with was a fake commission from a talented adventurer. The true Heartstrike had since lost whatever magical power it may have had. Once word of that spread, its price on the market plummeted to little more than the counterfeit itself. It is for that reason that the decision was made to sell it to the merchant Anzobert. Yet even so, I venture our dear Niel Fresnay is still held tight in the grips of its curse. To think, one of our very own and one of Ashlam's very finest. Oh, my poor Niel Fresnay. Oh, I'm getting a call on my link pearl. This is your line, Cap.
Are you there? Please, you must come to Frondale's. What the fuck?
Hang on, I gotta. What's who's
Frontistery, right?
Frontistery.
Right away.
Frontistery.
Something died.
Yeah.
Something dire has happened to Grainfar.
Oh my, you look as though you have somewhere else to be. Please, take your leave of me. If there is aught you ever need, please do not hesitate to ask again. I don't know why, but this man here, I think they're a man. This man here is
twink.
No, not a twink, but like a diva. Like, like the vampire Lestat kind of diva.
He looks like the male version of Bayonetta.
Bayonetta deserves better.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He looks like an incel Bayonetta.
This is what happens when Bayonetta is stuck in a capitalist system and has no magic.
So true.
All right, I'm gonna head off and make dinner. I'll probably come back a little later on.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
Bye.
Bye. Heading to the Alchemist Guild. Excuse me. But yeah. You know how like Steam summer sales are becoming a thing? GOG is doing summer sales now.
Oh my.
I know. I went and got myself like the Goblin Stealth games, and I've also got myself No More Heroes.
No more heroes. No
So yeah, I really wish Bayonetta was available on GOG.
Oh, it really should be. It's on Steam though.
It is on Steam, but it's like I'd rather get like the trilogy on like together as one. So it's like I'd probably get 1, 2, and 3 on the Nintendo Switch or something. Because I went through the Devil May Cry series. I thought it was pretty good. I feel like I'm gonna have an interesting time going through Bayonetta because
Bayonetta 1, great. Bayonetta 2, even better. Bayonetta 3, the gameplay is good.
Yeah, look, that's fine. That's fine. Like, you know, I'm still gonna play through all three. All right. Like, I need to know this. Like, cause let's be real. Bayonetta,
Bayonetta,
serves.
it's a cultural icon.
It is a cultural icon. Like, also, it wasn't like. Hang on a sec. Let me look this up real quick. Who was the creator of Bayonetta? I want to get
Hideki Kamiya, the same guy who did fucking. Oh wait, no. Kamiya did Bayonetta 1. I think it was actually Itsuno who also did Bayonetta 2 and 3.
Give us a sec.
No.
Give us a sec.
Kamiya did 3 as well.
Developed by Platinum Games. So Hideki for Bayonetta 1. Features a rating. Bayonetta 2. Yusuke Hashimoto.
Oh shit.
For whatever
That's on me.
reason, Yusuke Hashimoto is not highlighted. Batman? What? I'm sorry. Like, Hideki Kamiyama, like, this man looks like he serves. This man looks like he will respect your respects your pronouns, and he will go on stage in, like, you know, proper Devil May Cry or Bayonetta attire. But
oh no, Kamiya's like Kamiya is the fucking, who do you call it?
Look at this man.
Hayao Miyazaki of the video game world.
Even though Hayao Miyazaki is also in the video game world.
Is he? Oh yeah, he did that thing with level 5. Right.
Like,
But you know what I mean.
although to be fair, I might be mistaking your Miyazaki with another Miyazaki. But yeah, like,
Hayao Miyazaki is like the fucking.
look at this man. Look at him. Look at him. That's Hayek. Hang on a second. Clear the man on the left, I'm pretty sure as well. Copy image, sending this into. Look at this man, decked out in the fucking.
Like that when he was like a teen.
Yeah, look
You
at
should see him posted up with his mum.
Yeah, posted up with his mom. This man is just like, you know what? I'm gonna make sexy ladies, and I'm gonna make sexy video games, and I'm gonna be respectful because sexy people are respectful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look at him. Fucking. Just. God damn.
Oh, here's something to say.
Oh my god.
Bayonetta isn't gender bent Devil May Cry. It's gender bent Austin Powers.
Capcom, Cloverworks, Platinum Games, and now he's been at Clover's since 2023. Okay. And he's formed Clover's. Okay. What has he done at Clover's, I wonder?
Good question.
Clover Studio. Give me a second. So... Beautiful Joe...
oh yeah, Clover did Okami.
God Hand and Okami. Okay. Wait, no, that's Clover Studio. Hang on a second. I need to go further down. Clover's, here we go. Project GG. For a new Okami game, a desire has expressed. Is known for blocking large number of users for tweeting him in any language other than Japanese, including users responding in English to tweets he's made exclusively in English. Kayama's blocking has become an inside joke with fans, to the point that getting blocked or unblocked became a stretch reward for the wonderful 101st remastered Kickstarter. What? Okay.
I haven't actually played one full 101, but I've heard it's good.
Ooh, Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon. Excuse me?
It's not fun.
Oh, it's not fun?
It's not Bayonetta. Well, it is a Bayonetta game, but it doesn't play like Bayonetta.
No, I didn't think it played like a Bayonetta game,
Like a
considering
puzzle
it has a very playbook-looking aesthetic. Project GG and an untitled Okami sequel. Wait, he was supposed to do Scalebound? Oh man. I'm still
But hey,
disappointed.
Okami 2, though.
Okami, like, you know, I'm interested. Demons, Astral Chain, Wonderful 101. Okami.
Oh, fuck, have you ever played Astral Chain? Astral Chain's so fucking good.
He was a supervisor. I'll put a pin in it. Anywhoosies. It is terrible, Grant. Grandpa was attacked and stabbed. I am
shit, that was my line. My
That's
bad.
okay. That's okay. 100 is great, and it's a fun game. Thank you, Warhorse Indra.
Oh, that's also my line.
And it would appear that he wounded his assailant in turn. We have no idea who it was, but we have a blood trail leaving the scene of the crime. We would simply follow the blood trail straight to our attacker, but it's been wiped clean in places, quite deliberately.
Kobe!
Did it make it?
Yes.
Nice. Hell yeah, fresh Pepsi.
Fresh cold one with the boys
Hell
and
yeah.
girls.
You're an alchemist, are you not? You must ask your guild's great Severian what he would do. By what alchemy can we follow a blood trail that is no more? There's this cool alchemical item called a blacklight.
We just create like you know those old lighters
Oh, wait,
that was
no,
like you
blacklights
pull.
can't do blood.
They can't? What? UV.
No, blacklights. No, blacklights don't do blood. Blacklights do semen, and sweat, and urine.
So what does the blood then?
Nothing does blood. You just gotta like. Dogs can smell blood.
Okay.
We will wait for you in the site of Grainfar's assault. It lies on the road to Pearl Lane at the Gold Court. Bring us what we need.
Excuse me. You ever heard of a dude named Bio Yugi?
Odd.
You ever heard of like this is like deviant art era kind of stuff, but someone called Bio Yugi?
I don't believe I have.
Alrighty then. For those of you who might know, whether you're watching from a previous VOD or currently in the chat right now, like, Bio Yugi, right? Like, that's what that man reminds me of every time I see him. He's not explicitly the same, but because of that fucking, like, eye thingamadiggy there, I keep thinking it is. A friend of yours was attacked, you say? Do tell.
Oh, I see. What you mean. Also, this is some peak art I'm looking at.
You did a quick Google of Bio Yugi and you're like, ah, yes. This my jam.
This is exactly my tempo.
Yeah, no, fair. Wonder if they're still doing shit.
I mean, I think they're mostly commission shit.
Yeah, it's mostly commissions. I see. So the blood left behind is the only parcel of evidence you have in your hope to identify this assailant, and has been most conveniently and tidily tended to, leaving you unable to give pursuit. And this is why you have come to me, yes? Well, you were right to do so. The alchemical accolades I have accrued are not without merit, mind you. They are given precisely for my expertise in solving such scenarios with the greatest of ease. Did that rhyme? I believe it did. It would appear I am as great a poet as I am a scientist. I am the very mother of a scientific miracle. Shall we let class
I'm quite
begin
good
then?
at genetics and as a subject of biology.
Which I know is a tautology.
Oh? Hey, good morning.
You got Iggy.
What's up? Oh, big baby.
Come here. Big baby go on camera. Big baby revealed.
I get just baby.
Exclusive baby cam.
Exclusive fat baby.
Fat baby.
So yeah.
Fat baby.
It's just a baby, but then I realized fat baby.
Fat baby.
Shall we let class begin then? Lesson number 1. Once spilled, blood cannot be completely removed from any surface. It may appear gone to the naked eye, but there are chemical compounds of blood that remain stalwart, and those components can be made to dance before the mortal eye once more through use of a concoction known as luminol. It serves as a catalyst to trigger a luminescent reaction in any sanguine spillage. Come, I will come. Sorry. I will provide you the ingredients.
Hold up, that's chemically correct. Luminol does do that.
What? Oh, that's crazy. This was
Luminol's an actual like chemical solution.
Oh.
At least I believe it is.
This was asked of you by Popkuli and Amogenia Sons. A worthy client indeed. Best not keep them waiting. Deliver the luminol to him with all haste before it is too late and you're criminal too far. I dare say this case is leading you closer and closer to the fires of truth. Excuse me. Take care lest the...
Iggy wants to bounce.
All good. I'll abide nothing to happen to you when you've so much work yet to do here. Oh yeah, I need to do a little, like, thingy-majiggy. Hang on, I need to do some luminol. This is going to be a very easy synthesis, by the by. But I'm still going to try and, like, you know, do the major... Ooh, I can do reflect now. And then we go dink. And then we go touch. And then I use the precise touch to increase it really quick. And then I do a normal basic touch. And then the Byrigott blessing. Then I do the ventilation with careful synth. I'm getting good at the crafting now. So yeah. Wait, oh, I haven't... I need to do one more basic. I was like looking, I was like, how come it's not done yet? And then I realized like I was 6 points away. There we go. But yeah, how is the what's your plan for the evening, by the by, Cap? Oh, wait, they're gone. They're muted. Should have realized that. I need to head to the merchant strip. All right, it'll be easier to take the walk. Alright. Sorry, it's just alright. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. I went for a dental appointment back on like Thursday. Oop. I don't want to craft anything. I want to take the stairs. I went for a dental appointment back on like Thursday to like, you know, go for a regular checkup and clean and such like that. Went pretty well. Also, did I just... Oh, god damn it. I'm on the wrong side of the hustling... God damn you. God damn you. I'm on the wrong side of the hustling strip. Sapphire Avenue then. We're gonna go to the Sapphire Avenue and then I'll make my way over. Sapphire Avenue. There we go.
I'm back.
Welcome back. There's Popokuli. This is your line, by the by.
Oh, sorry, I'm replying to a message.
All good. All good. Real life takes priority and shit.
This is the spot. Nate,
Hold on, I gotta get into my gnome voice.
this is the spot where Grindfire came under attack. Oh, I can't wait to catch whoever did this. I'm going to do things to this person.
Unspeakable things.
Goodness gracious, it is Popo. Papa Cooley is absolutely correct.
I need you to alchemize me a strap-on. A big spiky one.
And
Is that what we asked for? Then let us waste no more time. Look there! Where the blood trail was wiped away. It glows and leads us towards the Sapphire Avenue Exchange.
The chase is on.
dun-dun-dun-dun.
To the Batcave.
And then, all right, and leads to the north.
I think we could just.
Is it just gonna have us? Oh, okay, never mind. We can just follow the shiny blood trail. The luminol is very crazily special.
We've got a lead. No, we've got a lead. Grant, this merchant claims to have seen an unsavory sort with an open wound.
Indeed, I did. He had blood flowing from a gash on his head. I told him to make for the pronostory for treatment, but he simply purchased a salve for his wound and made off towards the Gate of Thal.
Let us follow. Come, Grant. With you and your liquid magic, we'll sniff this cur out wherever he goes.
Meanwhile, there's just someone like up the road just going
I fucking love your axe wound, you whore.
to the fucking giant bleeding gash.
Oh,
There you are, Grant. No. There you are, Grant. Thanks to that brew of yours, we found our attacker's den. It looks like it to be this lettered warehouse. I've spoken with
no,
the
that's
master.
me. That's me.
Oh wait, no, that's you.
I've spoken with the master here. He says that this warehouse is let by a merchant named Ansobert. Is that name known to you?
It is actually known to us. You are correct.
What? It is the same as the merchant who purchased Heartstrike from Eshtonay's Aesthetics? That could only mean Grenfar was attacked to interfere with us investigating those corpses. Oh, now I'm getting angry.
Thanks to the mongrel running in, we were able to grab it by the tail. All that remains is to trap him. Sesaruka, take word to the brass blades. I'll stay posted here to make sure nobody slips by.
Consider it done.
Or we could like walk in and fucking kill him
Mm.
with my giant axe.
Oh, I
That
love
has
your
hooks
axe.
on it.
Your axe is cool. I will be real with you.
I'll give him a new axe wound. I'll call him a whore.
And you, Grant, get some rest. We could be in for a battle of attrition here, if our quarry stays in his hole.
Mm-hmm. And then I have the option of... I'm just going to go for the CP. Dun, 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 dun. And now everything I can wear is level 70 nonsense.
Swag.
Swag. Yep. All of my gear... Mastering the hand 3. Nice. But yeah, so... This is what my axe is. I got it from Alexandria. Because I can actually solo Alexandria Savage by myself now.
Impressive.
Yeah, it's got balls circling. Like, look at it.
It does have balls.
Like,
Mine's just the crafted one that one of my homeboys gave me
that's cool.
to get through patch stuff.
Hang on, so...
Also, God, my voice went
Courtly
like
love
3
versus-
octaves deeper.
Sorry?
It's not great. My voice went down like 3 octaves, and I don't know why. It's not great.
You push it back upwards.
You're just gotta take that voice training, but unfortunately you gotta be very mindful because as I have learned from another trans furry, there are not enough Australian femme coaches, so all the Aussie girls are losing their accent.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna live like that one princess off of Shrek. Hey, how you doing?
It's the ugly stepsister.
She was bad as hell, but also, you know who else I could be?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Girlfriend.
That's true.
I'd make a good Dr. Girlfriend.
Excuse me, can I ask something? Yes, I'm allowed in here. It's just my voice.
Yes, I'm allowed to be in here. It's just my voice. No, I want to know what that shade is.
She's one of my favorite characters in Shrek. Nice.
She's the best.
All right, back to Alchemist because I showed off my cool axe with the balls.
I need to level the rest of my fucking crafters. I've got like
It is
let's do some counting.
so the way I did it is I did collectible appraisals. So I just went.
Oh, you did collectible appraisals. I went to space.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's probably I think the better way to do it now. But the thing is I wanted craft and gathering scripts.
The scripts.
And I haven't yet unlocked the cosmic exploration yet. I'll probably
You haven't
do
done
that.
Cosmic Expo yet?
No, I haven't. Have you done the cosmic exploration?
Yeah. I've been to space so many times. I've spent many hours. Hold on, let me put on my Among Us suit. Where's my Among Us suit?
Chat. She's among us. She's among us.
Among Us.
Oh, okay. So hang on. The fucking what?
Among Us.
God. Okay, I need to click on these things. Has made his escape. By the time Cesaruka arrived,
That's me.
By the time Cesaruka arrived with brass blades, and we entered this warehouse, he was already gone. We kept watching shifts after that, but he did not return. No doubt he was onto us. But the more we learn about our prey, the more likely we are to succeed in our hunt.
Oh, blue. I know you mentioned that you're too busy with gotchas right now, but there's gotcha in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV as well. There is gotcha.
That's how I got this Among Us outfit.
Yeah, like right there.
Among Us.
Cesaruka.
Cesaruka found a woman in the employ of Ansabert, an attendant. We've gotten word that she's out of the market as we speak. Come with us. We mean to search this attendant at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, where we're at right now.
Oh my gosh, I got an FGO enjoyer and an Unomuseme enjoyer in my chat. What, like, why? Why are people playing Horse Girl or History Girl? Why are these the games that people are playing? What is it with cute anime girls crossing into other territories?
Hashire, hashire, umamusume, donne akaku.
Yes, that is correct. I am in the employ of the merchant Anzobert. May I inquire as to what business this is about?
We reckon to believe your master is involved in a murder. Tell us, have you noticed anything strange about him or the estate as of late?
Master Anzobert? Well, now that you mention it, there was another young lady who began work as his attendant around the same time as myself, but one day, with not word of any sort, she simply up and vanished, and I never saw her come to work again after that. Master Anzobert claimed she was stealing valuables from his home, and that he had no choice but to discharge her, but I grew to know her in the time we were spent together. She never would have done such a thing. I came to hear a rumor that not long after, people say that Master Anzobert only hires as his attendants women of humble means, and I confess, at times I find his gaze is quite
discomforting.
It's all right, you're safe now, but I must ask, will you come with us to Erelig's burial chamber? There's something we need to know, and only you can help us.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
And you gotta help out.
If it will in some way help you learn what happened to that girl, then yes, I will follow wherever you ask.
I will follow you. I'll follow you wherever.
Yeah, that's honestly a cool
go.
outfit. I do want to get the Amogus.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hang on. What am I
It's
thinking?
funny. I got it
Where's
in like my first 3 rolls.
Oh, did
for
you?
What I want to get.
I got the Moogle from the from the Ishgardian thingamadiggy, I got it in my my third scratch it. Velk was upset.
I got the You know what I want? I want the fucking the Gundam fit. No, the Gundam mount. I mean,
there's like so many in like the crafter thingamadiggies that we want to get and such like that. That's kind of partially why I've just been doing like like grinding in Ishgard and collectibles. It's just so I can have the scripts. Yes, it is her. The girl at rest in that coffin is the same that worked beside me at mast at Ansbert's estate. I know now, as I suspected then, that his accusations of her thievery were lies. He did this to her.
We must capture Ansbert before he harms any. We must capture Ansbert before he harms anyone else. I'm sorry, I know this isn't an easy time, but I must ask, where is he now?
I know only that some dealings with a new client had taken him to Revenant's Toll.
Then let us make for Revenant's Toll. The hunt is on again.
The hunt is on.
Oh no, that's where Ishtola's mum lives. We gotta fucking book it.
We're booking it. Going through the portal.
Oh wait, no, you're booking it. We're not in a party.
Yeah, no, we're not in a party.
I've been abandoned.
You were hoping that you would just get like the free, like you would just be able to be like, ah, yes, I get the free teleport now.
that is what I was hoping.
You too can be the best horse you can be, or bounciest maybe. I've been trying to get all the Garo stuff. Neat.
The Garo stuff is good.
Wait, what's Garo? Is that in this game or is that in a different game?
That's in the same.
Ah, okay, okay.
Garo is a tokusatsu series with dudes in shiny metal armor. With big swords.
Okay, okay.
It's pretty sick.
Alright. I just realized that when you sprint in that skirt, you do upskirt yourself.
That is the point.
Oh, okay.
You get a view of my giant cock.
He'll come here before long. We only need wait. Make ready to show Ansbert the vengeance of the dead.
Garo is adult Power Rangers with yokai, gods and goddesses with one of the creators of Onimusha doing monster designs for it.
It's pretty sick. I haven't actually watched it, but I've heard good things.
Who in the hells are you lot?
We're here to ask you about the corpse of a young lady to have been known in your employ. One of your attendants.
Oh, he kind of looks, he almost looked like Wesker to me, and like with his shades at one point.
I know nothing of such things.
I know nothing.
And I resent
Okay,
the
you do it.
implication. I have no business with you, and you have none with me.
We know you attacked our friend as well. The evidence all points to you. Confess now. The penalty you will pay will only grow if you don't.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all the penalty I can spare to give you. I told you, I know nothing of such things. I urge you to relent in this. A merchant such as myself has means of dealing with such harassment.
Oh no.
Come on, boys. Give him the 7 minutes.
Do you now? And what means are those? I'm eager to hear. Oh, dude. What?
I'm naked!
Or small clothes, but that's the closest we can get. You? Impossible! You were stabbed through your very heart!
Oh, good work, genius.
Grinar, you are well again.
What sort of warrior do you take me for? I've spent years cheating death by sword and spell. Do you think some common blade in an alley would be the end of me? Now then, what of you was it? My sword left a nasty bite of its own. Let us have a look at those hands of yours.
Well, it would seem you've left me with no recourse but to kill you all. Send these fools to their maker. Give them 7 minutes of heaven.
Didn't you hear him? That's Granfar, the Bronze Bull. He's a bleeding legend of the Colosseum, up there with the likes of the Hellfire Phoenix.
You're not saying.
You're not paying us enough for this.
Oh, okay.
Merchant, if you have a fight with a bronze bull, that fight is yours alone. I smoke a lot of fucking tobacco.
I thought my past behind me, but perhaps I am not far behind it. No matter, what say you then, Anzobert? Are you prepared to confess your crimes?
No, Chris. The girl. It was all our fault. She forgot the station. The debt she owed to me for taking her in. She had no right to refuse me.
You are a
I wanted to
womanizer,
crack.
Anzobert. Fuck you.
In the end, I forced myself upon her, but to no avail. She swore she would tell all of Uldar of my improprieties, that she would tarnish my reputation, ruin me. I could not abide that, so I silenced her.
The disrespect.
That's
Absolutely.
terrible.
Yeah. We are not here to judge you for your crimes. That task will fall to others. We are here for Heartstrike. You have it still, yes? Surrender it.
And then immediately, Grant switches to Warrior and cuts his head off.
Yeah.
Immediately.
We'll take him back to Uldar and the Brass Blades, and fear not, should we come under attack, and he die along the way, well, we'll be sure he receives a proper burial. Now.
Absolutely decimated. Excuse me, nose.
Now, Decimate's the area effect absolutely fell cleaved.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
Hey! Not the lever. Absolutely terrible. So, this is the true Heartstrike, and the blade I stole was nothing more than a fake. Now, we must find a way to release Niel Fresnay from the curse that binds him. We should show it to the Severian. There are rumors that he's dabbled in raising the dead before. Perhaps he knows something we do not. Dun 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 dun.
I know a thing or two about raising the dead. It took me 7 minutes. Damn it.
Gosh darn.
The stim! The stim!
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
7
is
minutes.
all I can spare. You're running away right now.
What the fuck is this?
Hozan. What does he want?
Apparently he has some side of fuck-ass quest with the Domans.
You must complete the Doman Adventures Guild quest short arm of the law. Oh, I definitely need to do. I need to do some of the Doman nonsense because apparently you can also get like things from that as well.
Probably.
Oh, Abigail Knox is still there. All right. Ding, dong. Oh, cool. This is the level 70 for Alchemist. So yeah, we're nearly done.
Hi, Onyx.
Hi there, Masonic. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. Welcome. Ding. Aethernet network from the Hustling District.
What is this Evangelion Ash fit that they got on?
Who?
There's a summoner at the Aetherite with the heavyweight fit on, and that shit goes hard.
Oh. Okay. We'll go into Limsa at some point. There'll definitely be people in there when we can check out their fits. It's always fun checking it out. Nose. We must find a way to break the curse of this blade. Well, what a most pleasant surprise. I heard a horde approaching and thought I'd be inconvenienced by some draft clientele. Ah, now this is a rare treat indeed. Heartstrike, I presume.
It looks pretty nothing, Burger.
How foolish. Lord Lolorito must have felt when he realized his blade was false and Momoyapo was genuine. Now I too see it for what it truly is. Heartstrike is not and never was a blade with the glorious power to turn death to life. It is and ever was a blade with the hellish power to turn death to undeath. It is, in all ways, a tool of the most detestable of those who practice the dark arts. When the blade...
The dark farts.
When the blade punctures the flesh of the dead, the magic contained within this jewel here commands to action the deathly forces that grip a corpse. And yet, behold, the other side. There is no such jewel embedded here. I would hazard it was dislodged at some point in all the exchanging of hands and violent stabbings this weapon has seen over the years. Without the other stone, there is not enough power to fully render death to undeath. By that grace alone did Niel Fresnay and the young lady continue to lie in their perfectly preserved state. Had both stones remained, they would have risen as monsters, not as they were known in life, and not truly living. With the power it was still able to muster, Heartstrike simply fettered their spirits to their bodies. That, in turn, explains wondrously well why their flesh is never set to rot, now or at any point hence. The undoing of Heartstrike's magic will serve to unbind their spirit. Then, and only then, will they be able to free to return in peace to the ethereal realm.
How? How do we undo what is done?
I dare say it is far more simple than you might imagine. You need only destroy the source of the magic. Stay your sword, fool. You will not break the magic by breaking the blade. We must obliterate Heartstrike and leave nary a trace of its physical existence. To that end, we require a powerful agent, an acid, a dissolvent of some sort. And that being the case, you have done yourself a great service in coming here. Such a concoction shall prove no feat at all for myself and my prodigious pupil here. Is that not right, pupil? Indeed not. I would expect nothing less of you. And so, in the end, we turn to you, friend. The wrongs of our past were our own, and I hope to right them by our own hands, but it seems that was not meant to be. That shame is ours to bear. For now, take your time, steady your hand, make us what we need to undo what Heartstrike has done. We will await you at Ilarag's burial chamber. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Look at how far you've come. Without me even realizing it, you've grown to be quite the dependable assistant. Dun. But enough praise. It does not become me. Come, let us see to the task at hand. We are in need of a solution that will dissolve this accursed blade. Alrighty. Do they give us the resources? No, they... Oh, wait. Here we go. Reflect. And then... I'm gonna go... Manipulation. Waste not. Innovation. Precise touch. Oh, that was easy. I already did the thingamajiggy I needed to do. Careful synthesis. Ooh, I wonder how good rapid synthesis is. There we go.
Excellent when you get the good roll.
Yeah, 500%. 50% chance. 500%. Crazy. All right. Now we can go talk to the what's-mahoozies over in the burial chamber. Like,
I'll keep it real. I've done like none of my fucking class quests.
none of the crafting or none of the, like, any class?
Crafting and gathering.
Nah, fair enough. Like, I'm doing it recently because I recently, like, found out that there is, brain, you can do this. They made crafting so much easier since Shadowbringers, thankfully. It was awful. Yeah, and what's more is, there are, like, some abilities. Like, for instance, I don't think I acquired Reflect or Manipulation until I did the quests. How did you fare, friend? Is the mixture made? Let's go with this potent dissolvent. Dun, 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 dun. Let us put this to the test, then. Don't just pour the dissolvent on the ground. Put it in a bowl. Goodness gracious. Just instantly evaporate the gem.
Just made a fucking. I'm blue now.
As am I, but still dead.
I evaporated.
Oh, it literally just turned them into aether. Shit.
I fucking evaporated as well.
I've run from your death ever since it took you. I was the bronze bull, but from that day to this day, I've run from myself. From the blade that is my very life. From now at last, I can move forward. I can see you sound to the other side, and live as I should, as I was meant to. Be at peace now, friend. Lay down the heavy sins of that day. I will carry them, yours and mine both.
Your prisoner.
I've done like 8 voices for that fucking Lala.
Really?
Everyone's just like, this person that I know. Oh my god. Heartfelt reunion in the Aether Sea.
Use the force, Flamine.
This
This
is it. Then, the end. The very end. Never will I forget you, or our time together. The days I spent in your arms, in your love. Never.
I didn't know Yashtola's mum was a lesbian. Or was that a dude?
That
I
was
can't tell
that
if
was a dude in the Ethereal Sea. It's okay. I have no idea who this Elizin is.
Hey guys, it's me, Estinian.
Astidian just has dozens upon dozens of disguises and what have you.
Every Elizin is Estinian.
I love you, my sweet. Then, now, and always.
I'm fucking blue!
Yeah.
Farewell, my darling Niel.
Blue!
when the night is cloudless and the moon is in the sky, sometimes you may hear my love. I'm still fucking blue!
Quit telling him I'm dead!
Quit telling him I'm blue!
Dun, 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 dun. There are no words, friend. No words. I owe you more than I could ever hope to repay.
By your tolls, my dearest Niel is now at peace. And I know what to say, but this. Thank you. 1,000 times. Thank you.
So. Niel Fresnay.
Chin up, Ciceruca.
This is an end, but not the end. There is still a path before each of us that we must walk.
You're right. And there will be more. And there will be those who we lean upon, just as we have to get here. Your mentor, Severian, is one such soul. Please do tell him how grateful we all are at what he's done.
Because by then, the only thing that's left is for me to go through all the culinarian shit, but I'm not going to do that on stream. Fuck that nonsense. I want to go to the cosmic exploration, and you show me what I'm missing.
We gotta go to space!
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 Space! The crafting frontier!
I'm taking you to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Hi there, vibes-based gaming. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, my intrepid cadet. Tell me, did all go well? Is Heartstrike no more? Mm-hmm. Then you have dissolvented as dissolvents do. That is good. I am eager to move on to our next lesson. I put to you, a fledgling yet great alchemical mind, this quandary. Should you be faced with the death of one whom you love more than life itself, and had your means the methods to resurrect him or her, would you?
Would you?
No, I would not tamper with the natural order. Then you and I are very different people indeed. You are far braver and far more noble. I venture that you, as most, know the pain of losing someone very dear to you. There are those who would do anything to bring back those they held torturally and unyieldingly dear. Were the path to do so presented to them, many would find the temptation to tread it too great to risk. And I dare say, I must count myself among their number. I did what I could to undo the death of my beloved, yet in the end, her breast never swelled with the life... her breast never... Sorry, I'm such a...
Her titties never got bigger.
Okay, sorry, I can do this.
How can I fuck her with small tits?
And I dare say, I must count myself among their number. I did what I could to undo the death of my beloved, yet in the end, her breast never... her breast... Fuck! Okay, shut up. Shut up.
Boobs.
Shut up! I can get this. I can get this. Shut up, okay? Yet in the end, her breast never swelled with the breath of life again. We were able to say our farewells, however, and for that, I consider myself blessed. In the face of such loss, we can do naught but confront our own weakness and carry on with our lives. That act itself is a central pillar of this miracle we call life.
How the fuck do I clip that? Oh, there we go.
Tripping on them titties, Hi, Jack. Look, it just threw me for a surprise, okay? It was a surprise. But we did it. We got through it, all right? Well, enough of this Heartstrike business. It is done and behind us, and while we busied ourselves with it, many chores have amassed at the Fronostery. There is much to be done. And we never have to deal with them ever again. You did well, Grant. You're among the finest alchemists I have ever had the honor to train. Come and see me again whenever you find yourself in need of help. And after that, level 70, we, once and for all, never talk to them ever the fuck again.
Now then. Let's see. Let's go space!
Alright. I am going to swap...
So you gonna swap?
I was gonna like change my what's-mahoozy to.
You know, you can just click on the like the class menu there, like the letter, the name, fuck the words, or not. I must be stupid or some shit.
You can double click.
Oh. Okay.
All right, because I'm pretty sure I need to go to not Bestway's Burrow. I need to go somewhere else. Sorry. Nope.
What's forever for?
I need to head to. I need to head to Old Charlian for this thing, I believe.
Ah, Christ neck.
Alright, because, ooh, Old Charlian Exchange? Hello? So you can go for Extremes, Lunar Envoy, Credini. Ah, yep, I am familiar with this gear. So you can go for the different classes. And then there's gathering supplies, so like master recipes, which I've already grabbed. I've already grabbed like many of these. So like I could go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not yet at the 8. And then this requires like 400, 1,200. Jesus Christ. And then I can also pick up materials while I'm at it. And then gathering supplies has folklore items. Oh, okay, so this is where I go for all the folklore stuff. So I was able to get Gear Albania for whatever reason. And then World Unsundered, the Sea of Stars, Isambard and the Northern Entity. Ah, okay, so it's like different, so legendary fishes and all that. Alright, cool. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I need to head over to the,
You head of space.
Oh, hang on, what the? What's this? There's like a random...
Oh, yeah, that's the weird puzzle.
This box is locked tight. To determine your course of actions. Okay. I will deal with you later, because right now I'm in a bit of a mood to like actually, hang on a sec. I mean, no, not from here. Aethernet. I need to go to the scholars. What's-mahoozies? And not the delivery move. Also, can I not? Oh, what's up? Levies of all, we are in dire need of skilled. In order to undertake, you must be a disciple of the hand or land of level. Oh, okay, so I can't do that one. Ooh, summit. That reminds me, I need to talk to all my different thingamadiggies and get them doing a different. So confirm on that one, and I need to assign them to a quick adventure of an hour long instead. And then any duplications, high steel nuggets. Yep. Because I'm still using high steel for a lot of things. I don't know if those. I'm keeping this. I'm keeping the pieces because I'm pretty sure those pieces can be used in like the Doman restoration. There was like a video, like guiding of like, oh yeah, like don't instantly sell them. Instead, put them towards like some sort of It was like put them towards some sort of like Domon restoration like quest or something like that, because you can get even more gold like rewarded for exchanging them. Yep. And then assign a venture, quick hunting for the next hour, and then any duplications? Nope. There we go. All right. Naming way. Cosmic prototype coffer. An oddly dressed loloperate seeks long-eared leads. I'm pretty sure this is it, because this one starts at level 10 of all things. Greetings and salutations, my good sir. I am Naming Way, and as for you, I suppose we shall see. For the moment, I am in need of directions. I have heard tell of other loperates roaming this city, long-eared and charmingly fuzzy like myself. Might you have seen any? I met a colony of them on the moon. You've met the entire Fluffle? However, did you get up there? Can't be bothered with gear, so my dumbass is leveling blacksmith, alchemist, and armor off only Grand Company turn-ins. Don't do it like that, vibes. Go through the job quests if you can, and then later on try and do like collectibles. I see. So the people of Aetherius have. Hang on, I totally forgot how to do the accent for Naming Way. I've lost it. I'm just gonna say it.
I see. So the people of Aetherius have but recently secured a reliable means of transit to the moon. Why did I not hear about this sooner if what you say is true? At long last, I can return home to my beloved Mare Lamentorum. Oh, happy day! You would not believe what I've endured in this star. It's been one ordeal after the other. I first set out to study Aetherius over 100 years ago. Mine was a solitary mission, yet one of tremendous importance. I had vowed to see it through.
How long can loloperates survive? Like, Jesus Christ.
Loloperates are technically immortal, because they were, like, fresh built off of Heidelin.
Oh.
Alas, my survey pod suffered a bit of a rocky landing, smashed into smithereens, and thus I stranded on this star with no method of contacting my compatriots. But did I despair? No, I did my duty. I scoured every ilm of this world, all on my lonesome, trusting that someday, somehow, I would make it home. It was not until recently, however, that the rumor of moonfolk descending upon the Bastionist scholars had reached my ears. I immediately stowed away on a vessel bound for Old Charlian to investigate the veracity, and here we are.
Here we are.
For so long I have yearned to return home to Bestway Burrows and reunite with my comrades. Please, will you tell me how to reach the Mare Lamentorum?
I don't know if he's gonna like the answer, because we're gonna have to go into Gridania. Or not Gridania, but Garlean.
The Tower of Babel, you say? As I visited Garlemald myself a few decades ago, I dare say I'll have no trouble finding my way there again. However, after a few hundred years, I'm not sure what manner of welcome awaits me. Given your familiarity with my kin, perhaps you would serve as moral support?
Moral support? Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. I'm fortunate indeed to have crossed paths with someone so kind. And without further ado, I shall meet you at Mare Lamentorum.
Dun 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 dun.
This is like 6 months after Endwalker or some shit, by the way. So he's just been like...
Yeah, he's just been chilling in that
around.
corner. Because, like, this became available in, I want to say Dawn Trail. Like, this isn't...
Oh, yeah, no, this is an End of Dawn Trail thing, but, in universe, it feels... It's probably been, like, 6 months or some shit.
there isn't usually like a proper definition of time. We just take it as is, as like, oh yeah, each expansion is like 1 year of like time or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I feel as well.
So we just accept it. All right. Hopefully none of these sweepers decide to attack me while I'm at level 74. Goodness gracious. Oh god. Alright. Now we're just waiting for him. Sometime later. There he is. There's Naming Way.
Phew. That certainly wasn't my idea of a relaxing climb. You lot should really consider giving that old tower a fresh coat of paint. Or at least removing some of its more sinister devices. Nevertheless, here I am.
Oh. He's so enamored.
A few things may have changed in my absence, but no, there's no mistaking it. I've come home! And it seems the lights of the burrow are on. Shall we?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Ah, the bunnies. And me, they're big bunny. Oh, yeah. Look at the baby. And now look at the big baby.
Wow.
Wow.
That can't be.
Oh, I wanted to do loudly whisper.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
That can't be him. Surely it's not him, is it? There's no mistaking that red garb.
Yes, it is I, Naming Way.
Hang on,
I'm ever so glad to see you all awake.
I need to... There we go. I just need to take a quick screenshot of that.
Naming Way?
It is you. Where have you been for the past century? Searching Way! I was busy surveying Aetheris, as you ordered. I'm afraid there were complications.
Oh my goodness, they are accelerating this.
So the survey pod was destroyed? What a catastrophe! It certainly hindered my ability to travel. Regardless, my mission was a success, and I return to you now with a shocking revelation. The people of Aetheris, you see...
There's going to be a lot of catching up with a lot of Barrett's to Naming Way, I'm imagining.
Are tiny! Each and every last one. Tragic, isn't it? But we've been away for some time. What with our regular encounters with Grant and his fellows. You may find this hard to believe, but the final days have been averted entirely. There's no need to evacuate Aetheris. Our job's done. What is what?
Imagine being told, yes, the very purpose you were alive for and for the past century, we no longer need to worry about that now. We solved that a month ago.
You mean to tell me an entire century of hard work has come to naught? Don't lose heart, friend. We Loporits may no longer have a Heidelin given purpose, but we are free to discover new dreams of our own. We also don't have a Heidelin anymore. She died!
Yeah, the gods, dead.
Yeah? Really? What's your new dream, searching way? My dream? My dream? Why, I have the grandest dream of all, I call it. The Cosmic Exploration Initiative!
Oh!
Not bad for a novice, eh? Though naming was always more your forte, not mine. It was you who suggested Carrots of Happiness, not to mention Best Ways Burrow. And that was before you got a full century of added insight under your belt. What if we discovered a new purpose for all that you've learned? Imagine how many discoveries await us in other stars. They'll need names, you know. You want me to name your discoveries? Not for duty's sake, but for the simple joy of it?
I'm in.
Hello, Peter.
Why, she be-
We're not joining your team. I'm putting together a
I'm very
team.
good. We're in.
Why, I should be glad to. I can think of no nomenclatural prospect no more enticing. What about you, Grant? Won't you join us at the final frontier? Think of all the strange new worlds just waiting to be explored.
Which one do you want?
We shall go and go boldly, which is a Star Trek reference. Certainly. After all, I'm not the one in a red shirt. Another Star Trek reference.
Star Trek reference.
Add some mammoths to the cargo list. Oh, and rock salt. Nah, I'm gonna go with the first one. We shall go and go boldly.
Space, the final frontier.
Fantastic! Welcome aboard!
You know what? No, he's Christopher Eccleston now that he's no, he said fantastic. Fantastic! Welcome aboard. Why don't you just die? I'll have driving away take you to our base of operations straight away.
Dun, dun, dun.
Fantastic.
Here
I'm
we
coming.
go.
I'm a coming.
Oh,
I'm a
there you are.
coming.
You just
I'm a coming. Now we go. Nope. Not quite. Wrong way. Grant.
oh. Easy.
Now you are going to go boldly where I can't go because I need to be
my-
on my home server for this.
Oh, really? You can't. What?
Yeah, because these are like these are restorations, dude.
Oh.
So they like server based.
That's what?
Looking for a ride on the borough's best rover. I'm driving away and I've got sunglasses.
You know this man is a badass.
Grant and Naming Way have joined the project. I'd like you to take them to the hub.
Right on.
You got
You
it.
got it, boss.
You've been doing all the
Okay.
loperates. I need to do some.
Okay. I like voice acting though. It's fun.
That's fair. I appreciate it. I do appreciate that you come into the VC, and if I'm like, hey, I need a VAing for someone, it's like hello, Grant. I'm not gonna be doing some VAing. I'm on stream and need a VA.
We're in.
Exactly.
Look at my hat.
Where? Hang on. Dink. Oh my god, it lights up. That's so cool.
And I wonder, can I? Oh no, I can't.
All good. You got it, boss. We'll be cruising across the crater in no time. Listen here, the base is a long way out. No aetherite on account of the magnetic interference, so it's my way or the highway. Got it?
My way or the highway. This time I'ma let it all come out. This time I'ma stand up and shout. Oh, sorry.
Safety first. We wouldn't want anyone to go flying off into the cosmos just yet. I'll take my own vehicle and meet you there. It's a motorcycle.
Ah, lucky you. Keep your tails in your seats and all of your paws inside the rover, cause it's gonna be a bumpy ride. Hop
It's
in.
gonna be a bumpy ride. Now I'm gonna leave the party because I can not boldly go.
Oh, you can't. Oh, see, this is annoying. Like, oh, man. Oh, hi there, Scarlet. Welcome, welcome. This is your community manager, Scarlet. Just passing by to announce that Dragon Quest Final Fantasy XIV collab is now live. Hope you all have a great experience. So, funny that you mentioned that, Scarlet Floss. The, how Dragon Quest is doing their collaboration quests open now for the Final Fantasy XIV. I had already gone through the Dragon Quest collaboration thingamadiggy when it first happened in 2025. Sorry, I was about to say 2015. I was not playing this game in 2015. 2025. It was either 2025 or 2024. New item was added. Yes, frame kit. Yeah, so I was able to pick that up. I didn't have to go through the quests. I didn't have to go through the quests or the fate again in order to have the in order to be able to purchase it. So yeah, thank you for the reminder, Scarlet Floss. Hang on a second. While I am here, ding 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 dun 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 dun. Chat, if you don't know who the fuck Scarlet Floss is, They do some well, it doesn't say they play Final Fantasy XIV, but I know for a fact that they do some Final Fantasy XIV. It's their bread and butter.
I hate to do this, to say this to you, Grant, but you got to do like 20 quests in a row.
Oh my gosh. Welcome to the Moongate Hub, home of the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. This place is huge, and it's on the moon. Hope you all having a comfy stream. Yeah, this is a comfy stream. I have gone through all of the MSQ. I have gone through the trials that are available to me. I have gone through the raids that are available to me. Now all that's left is doing everything else available to me in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and the tantalizing Stormblood and the player favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime.
I accidentally hit exit game instead of log out.
Lol.
Whoops.
Whoops. Now that you're here, allow me to explain the course that I've charted for this project. There's lots of work to be done, but our first priority is the completion and maintenance of our base here. After that, the sky's the limit, somewhat literally, as I discovered. An entirely new spaceship is required for our mission, as apparently I'm not authorized to fly the whole moon off to mother knows where. That would be kind of hilarious. Just like like they just see the moon moving in the sky, night sky, and everyone in Eorzea is just like, oh my god, there's a second Dalamod. Dalamod 2.
A second Dalamod has hit the fucking Eorzea.
Korthus Highlands. I plan for our ventures to be only moderately death-defying, so it is vital that we have a dock for landing our craft and facilities for its maintenance as well. We also require specialized machinery for surveying and recovering materials, but you needn't worry. The work will be divided amongst all of us. Do you want to take on Naming Way still?
Oh, of course, of course.
Will it indeed? I wager it will take an army to handle all of that.
Oh, we have plenty of volunteers, Loporits. Loporits, Studium faculty, Gleaners, none can resist the siren call of the unknown. And many paws truly do make light work. Our starship, and facilities are already operational, though we are continuing to test our failsafes. For your part, you can begin by having a look around and familiarizing yourselves with Sinus Ardorium. Naming Way, if you see anything you don't recognize, your task is to think of a fitting name and report back. I'll ensure it's made official.
You've
And
nearly finished your
invigorating
first
assist-
party dungeon. Oh, let's go, Artemis. You're going through your. Let's go. Be sure, like, you
Oh my
feel
God,
free to send me a
Final Fa-
message if you're about to go into another party thing, because I will join in on that one. And in
Also, oh my God, Final Fantasy fucking crashed on me when I tried to get she out of the fucking crystal data
oh
center.
no.
An invigorating assignment, if ever there was one. I do so enjoy my carefully considered monikers entering the common parlance.
Mm-hmm.
Nod.
Grant, I'd like you to make full use of your artisanal skills.
Mm-hmm.
I know your art is anal.
Naturally, for an operation of this scale,
I'm sorry, what? My art is what?
Your art is anal.
I don't do art. I don't do anal. That's you, Cap.
Whoa, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say to me? You saying
Chat, press 1 if you know the kind of art that Capricious knows. Exclamation point Cap if you don't know what art Capricious does.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I get no respect.
What do you mean you don't get no respect? You get
get
all
no
kinds of
respect.
respect. What are you
I get
on
no
about?
respect. I get no respect.
Don't I come to you for cool
It's
commissions?
me, Rodney Dangerfield. I get no respect.
Alrighty then.
Also, Artemis did the life's drawing the other day.
Yeah, she
The life's
did.
drawing.
She did. She was shown naked ladies and then she had to draw them.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it was. It was a little words failed me on the words that she used to describe the thingamadiggy experience. I'm sorry, who are they? Tanmucks! Tanmucks, do you not know Capricious?
I swear, I get no respect. I get no respect.
Oh my
I get no
goodness.
respect.
Tanmucks is given no respect. Like,
I get no respect.
this woman, this artist, this artiste does some amazing work. She not only is she responsible for some of the profile icons that she sets for herself for the Fuga Reactive, but she has done commissioned work of not only your GrantZeebs, but also of my girlfriend, Artemis Snep. Observe. Hang on a second. Bing bong.
Grant, pull out Dante.
Oh yeah, well I have to open up another program to do that and such, and that's a lot of work.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of work.
So I'm sorry. Maybe one day to like reduce like, you know, distractions and such like that, I'll get you to do like one of like the Zeebs doing a fucking like Final Fantasy XIV once I figure out the actual look that I want for my like glamours and everything like that. Cuz that's the biggest problem is figuring out the like quote unquote final look. Do they do beefy muscle men? Well, they did me.
I do.
So check out their artwork.
I do a lot of women, but that's because I know a lot of women.
Look, we love our women, all right? In the year of our Lord the Hoss, during the month of Pride, we proud of our
Also,
women.
Christ, the current fucking fucking what do you call it? The current Cosmic Exploration Board, like fucking shot up while I was gone.
Ooh, okay.
it displays our team's progress and requisitions, updated in real time. We're also designing proprietary tools for crafting and gathering across the cosmos. I'll provide you with a prototype, but you'll need to speak with Researching Way for the details. And with that, I think I've gone on for long enough. Assisting with missions around the base will help you understand the initiative better than any explanation from me. So I bid you go forth.
Rest assured, I'll do my part. No novelty shall go unnamed on my watch.
Oh my gosh, unnamed Gene? Where?
Where? Where?
Where? All right, we got ourselves the Cosmic Prototype Coffer. Primary tools, type determined by current class of opening, cannot be opened in an instance such as dungeons, PvPs, or raids. Yep, cool. Dun, dun,
By the way, you get
dun.
one of those for every class, and they're pretty much like artifact tools.
Ah, okay. So this one I open for whichever. You have been issued an Exo tablet. You may review the latest project developments at any time within cosmic exploration. Take part in missions to further exploration of the Sea of Stars and aid searching Way and his crew in realizing their dream. Furthermore, the Loperates have developed a means of mitigating magnetic interference, enabling one-way teleportation from Bestways Burrow Aetherite to Sinus Ardorum. Nice! You will work alongside fellow residents of your homeworld to explore and develop further through crafting and da-da-da. The essential are designed for discipline of the hand and land. Stellar missions employ quest sync, which adjusts the difficulty and XP reward to your current level. Subsequent, you can travel to the latest accessible planet via the Bestway Burrows Aetherite. The Rainbow Crystal converts a crafter or gatherer's sprint action into stellar sprint, boosting movement speed and effect duration. In addition, offers a variety. Refer to the Exo tablet and open the exploration to learn more. Nice! Ooh. Owing to the myriad contributions by artisans like you, we have achieved every last objective outlined for Sinus Ardorum, enjoying a well-earned rest and stay alert for future updates.
You remember when I said 20 quests?
Yeah.
This is the start.
Is this to like just open up more planets and it's just like one planet after another is opening up real rapidly?
Yes, but also you have to go and review the stuff you found on each planet.
Okay. Okay. Hard at work, Grant. Have you had a chance to explore the premises? I occasionally look up from my Exo tablet to avoid crashing into things. Dun, dun, dun. How wonderful to hear that you love your work so much. Your contributions will play an invaluable role in our future exploits. Cap, this is you.
Oh, yes.
I have returned. I must say the base has truly become a sight to behold.
Hasn't it? We owe much to the people of Aetheris for their assistance.
Indeed, it warms my heart to see my kin working together with them. It's good to be back and have so many new curiosities to name. Come, Grant, let me introduce you to my latest and greatest nomenclature.
A marvelous idea. You two hop along, by all means. Trust me, Grant. Naming Way never disappoints.
Dun dun. Sorry, I just need to refresh this. All right. Dun dun.
Let us be on our way, Grant. Grant. Hey, chill, bro. Let's be on our way. We'll start with the starship, and from there, two of my most delightful discoveries, bro.
All right, hang on. So I'm just gonna really quickly sort this inventory, and then where did my coffer? There it is.
Don't worry about that. You get one for each. You just go talk to Researching Way.
Okay.
And the more you use the cosmic prototype and do successful crafts with them, the higher level it becomes.
Yeah. So yeah, because I need to explore this a little bit.
Witness our starship, the very manifestation of our collective aspirations. Though diminutive in size and propulsion capacity compared to the Ragnarok, it is nevertheless heir to its legacy. For the data collecting during the journey to Ultima Thule was the basis of our ability to craft abilities to ride stellar currents at the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
In anticipation for galactic voyages across the cosmos, it shall be known as the Galactic Way.
The Galactic Way.
It's galactic.
It's galactic.
May it carry us into the unknown, beyond our wildest dreams. It's electric. And now, I say that we venture further afield. Pray accompany me to the Gleam Slope.
The outer edge of Gleam Rift will do.
Oh. So I guess the idea is that we would have gone around the moon and such like that. What is the?
Yeah.
So hang on a sec. Where's my sprint? So I'm guessing like the original idea was that we would have like run around. We would have like run around here perhaps or something like that. So this would have been. Oh, hang on.
Basically, all this place has like a shit ton of gathering nodes.
Hang on, swapping to my miner to. Meow.
Or at least it should have.
Detect no mineral deposits or rock things.
What am I talking about then?
I think it's because. Hang on. Let's see. So.
Oh, right, yeah, you have to fucking do a cosmic exploration mission to get the nodes, I believe. Like, you gotta start one.
Whee! And then. I love how Naming Way has just been following me like an idiot. You have attuned
He's currently
yourself and now
following
have
me right
access. Additional can be found across the region. Attune to them to faster throughout the area. Display guide. Stellar missions require requests issued to disciplines of the Hand and Land for purposes of furthering the initiative. Select stellar missions. Select a mission from the list to view its rewards. And when you're ready to begin, select the initiate to undertake the mission. You can only accept one at a time. Appears whenever a stellar mission is active. Heed the instructions to fulfill the quest. So, craft items with limited supplies. High quality will earn a higher score. During an active mission, select stellar missions on the Exo tablet to open the mission progress. Here you may review. Alright. Stellar mission will be automatically abandoned upon leaving the relevant zones. Next to the indicating the relative distance from current location to the site of selected stellar mission, certain missions do not have a designated location.
BRB, I need.
All good. Missions are divided into 3 categories based on conditions availability. Basic missions generally are available. Provisional missions with restricted availability, such as during certain times or weather phenomenon. This icon will show an exclamation mark when missions are available. Critical missions only available during red alerts. And then we got different mission types that I'll need to double check. So, yeah. All right. You have not attuned to other Aether. Oh, I forgot to attune to a particular Aether shard. Hang on. Dun. So yeah, so we go here. And then we can go to the right. Let's have a look. Congratulations as well, Artemis, from going through the first dungeon. You would have been going through, I think it's called Sashera or something like that. Here in Sinus Adorum, magnetism disrupts any attempt to attune to aether currents. Our solution? A public propulsion system, the Cosmoliner. I admit that I was initially uneasy about hurling through the sky on a tiny platform with few apparent safety features, but now I find it as refreshing as a spring breeze. Alright, cool. So now... Alright, so now we go this way. So then that way I'm able to, like, drop back down, get out of the Cosmic Research and over into the Moongate Hub. Are you familiar with the rainbow crystal in the center of the hub? Though it is slightly different from those in the burrow, I see no reason to change its appellation. It's simple, clear, and has the word rainbow. What's not to like? Anyway, such crystals regulate gravity and oxygen levels, allowing us to maintain ideal living environs for the people of Aetheris. I'm told they can be recalibrated for use on any star we come across. Nice. Oh my god, they're doing exercises there, like in... There we go. Further... Is accepted your name... Cosmic Hammer. And then we've got Emergency Transport. Really, except for the occasional... Alright, cool, cool. And then we got a Merchant, so we can purchase... Oh! You can purchase, like, specific tools. Okay. Ah, okay, so I can, like, purchase level 74, 60. Nice. Okay, okay. 74. 77 is the next level up, and then it jumps to 80. Okay. And then tools. Dun, 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 dun. So that's 63. Okay, okay. And then I can purchase, like, accessories. Disciple of the Hand, 76. Disciple of the Hand, 71. So right now I'm okay, so I want to go for another ring then. Because I've already got... Here we go. So large ring is 63, 67, 70, 71, 70... Yeah. So Disciple of Hand. And then Disciple of Land, 76, 74, 69. I'm gonna go with the 71. Has been issued. Pilot candidates, please apply for deployment via your exo tablets. Ooh, okay. Precision and GP. This gives me more GP. And then Fieldcraft gear. Alright. And then we got Cosmic Research here. God, I'm learning so much! Hopefully all this information stays in my head. Welcome to the Interplanetary Research Station, where we analyze exploration data and develop new tools for the betterment of the initiative. If you would like to take part in our research, it's simple. Complete stellar missions to fill up your dataset, then report back. Our cosmic tools are still prototypes for now, but the more data you bring in for analysis, the more we'll be able to improve them. Check your exo tablet. All the details are there. Neat. Inquire about cosmic tools. Ah, okay, so I can get them for free this way. Armorer. And then Goldsmith. Keep in mind, it reflects the current stage where I eagerly await your next report. Oh, okay. You can do better than that. Should I go and complete more solo missions? Okay, so I probably don't want to... Alright, so that's Researching Way. And then this is the Summoning Bell, where these things have 20 and 21 minutes before they're done. Stalwart Standing Stella. The Cosmic has officially completed its operations in Sinus Adorum, thanks to the hard work and diligence. We hope you'll enjoy and... Okay, so this place is done, quote unquote. And... Dun, 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 dun. And then... Okay, okay. Okay, so I need to be going over there at some point. Lots and lots of exploring, don't mind me. Man, I kind of wish I was here, like I was doing all this stuff sooner. It's a shame, like, because here's the thing, is like, I took a break from the, I took a break from Final Fantasy XIV at around Dawn Trail and what have you, like, you know, almost a year ago. Clear away what's Mahoozies. All right, there we go. And then, so
Yeah, I might just head to bed. I am tired as.
Look, fair enough, fair enough.
I'll catch you later.
No,
See ya.
see ya. But thank you for sticking around for as long as you do. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay, hang on. I need to go into... Where the hell are they wanting me to go? There we go. Ah, okay, so I need to... There we are. And then... go. And then submit their ashes to nearby what's Mahoozies. Cool. Just running around using a solar flamethrower at any of these like sparkling things. And I can have like a maximum of 20, so we go in here, contribute use all of them, and then we go like this, and then this. I'm getting the hang of this. Lol, there's a Loporrit over, not a Loporrit, but a, what's a Mahoozie? Ah, it doesn't let me select them. Okay. Nice. Alright, I've done a pretty good cone. Contribute there. Yeah. How's your evening going, Artemis, with the Final Fantasy XIVs? You away? Oh, Jesus. Why am I... You're doing job quest now? Not fair enough, fair enough. You went through your first dungeon. I'm guessing you're still sticking around as Lancer right now, so good for you, good for you. Alright. That... I've done a fairly decent contribution, I would say. But it doesn't look like there's too many people doing in this contribution just because of, like, the time of day. I wish I could have been doing this, like, tomorrow morning when it's, like, a little more active of a time for the Americans/Materia server. But I, unfortunately, will be, I have to work in the office tomorrow, because we had like low numbers the last few weeks, so despite the fact that I've done the Saturday shift like 2 weeks ago, it's my turn to do the Saturday shift again. I hadn't even been able to use the first Saturday shift's toil to take time off And so what will end up happening is that I will be utilizing 2 days of toil to not work the Monday and the Tuesday. I'm gonna have 2 days off from work after Saturday. I'll have my normal, like, Sunday holiday, or Sunday break, which is, mandated, thank goodness. And then, because of the fact that I worked a Saturday not only this week, but 2 weeks ago, I will then have Monday and Tuesday off. I will only need to work 3 days of the week. It's gonna be fantastic. I'm gonna try and, like, sleep in. I'm gonna be able to do, like, more critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV nonsense. I'll be able to catch up on TV shows almost as soon as they are released, like The Vampire Lestat or Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
Yes, Grant, burn those weeds.
Burning them.
God.
So yeah, I'm not too sure if you can do this part yet. Maybe you can, or because
it's Endwalker sort of stuff, is it, or is it you gotta go a little bit through Dawn Trail?
I think technically speaking, it's available after Endwalker. So, because there's a Locker.
That's what everyone's been using to. That's what everyone's been using to get their
crafter and gatherer classes up, is because, like, with this one, it's like you can join in as early as level 10, and the difficulty and XP is scaled to you.
And it's not about crafting, it's just doing all these little quest things, and it levels up your crafting thing, doesn't it?
Yes. I think this one will be leveling up my gatherer, because that's what I've got on me right now, which might have been a mistake, but to be fair, like, this area has already been completed in the standings and what have you, so this one, this is a part of the Final Fantasy, like, the MMO RPG part that I feel kind of bad on for, taking a break so, like, early into when this thing was reported as being available, because, like, for about, I think it was like 6 months or a year, I was not playing Final Fantasy XIV. Like, my subscription lapsed, I didn't pick up on it, I didn't do a, MMO night for, side nonsense. I just quite literally, like, left it on the wayside until finally, like, a month or two ago, it was like, oh yeah, I got, patches I need to go through for not only the MSQ patch, but then,
got all the shit I gotta do and not enough time to do all this shit in.
Yeah. And now, like, just recently, it's like I've now been very much compelled of, like, oh yeah, there's things to do in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm gonna do them. So I went through the MSQ, I went through the raids, and now I'm doing anything else. There we go, contributed those. Almost done.
Contribute, Grant, contribute!
Contributing to deforestation.
Now, the only thing I can think of looking at you doing that, because for those of you on my side who's watching, Grant is currently burning these weird tumbleweeds.
Oh, are you currently streaming?
I am streaming. Yeah, I'm streaming now.
Nice. Oh, we completed a thingamajig, and I got Cosmo credits, I got Lunar credits, daily success.
Because the only thing I can think of looking at that is the flippin'. From how was the Captain thing? Cap?
Yeah, no, she good. She just had to.
No, Mob was just asking something about Capcom.
Oh,
the Capcom. Spotlight. Yeah, some interesting stuff. Big chunk of it was, I think, it was only a quick 30-minute thing. Good chunk of it was based on the Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen update, which is coming out.
Oh,
so the
yeah.
updates and the new DLC, which comes out in October.
I haven't even gone through the first Dragon's Dogma yet.
And you're more than welcome to use my pawn to help you.
Yeah, there's just so much I need to catch up on. And it's like some of these things, it's like I'm thinking like, do I want to like, you know, play them in my own time off stream where I can have a wait? Because I'll be frank with you, like I am probably not going through this in like the most like mechanically efficient way. And part of that is I don't want to like, you know, be a I don't want to be skipping dialogue. I don't want to be following a guide that says, ah, yes, completely ignore all this. Go here or, you know, run over there and such like that. It's like, no, I want to, like, this is the first area that's unlocked. I want to do a little run around. I want to go to the Aetherites. It's because, like, you know, it's the thing to do. There's a new area. You get the Aetherite shard, so then that way you're not, you know, left out in the wide open. All right, so I need to
want to do the thing, tickle the pickle.
I don't know if that's the right phrase there.
Don't you want to tickle that pickle?
Please don't. Please stop saying pickle.
But tickle. Tickle, tickle. Chad, Grant won't let me tickle a pickle.
Chad, you should be reprimanding Code the Yoshi for this language. All right.
Wow.
Why are we tickling pickles? I don't know. Code comes up with some real weird Australian phrases like this.
I do not. I come up with proper sane sayings. Okay, thank you very much.
Sane sayings.
Exactly.
Sure.
Look, I'll tell you, I'm not from Dragon Ball Z. I'm not insane.
To you. I'll give you a pity.
Okay, I was worried I was gonna get the taser just then.
All right. That is all the different Aetherites. Okay, cool. So back to the Moongate hub, and then. All right. So to continue on with my mission, I gotta go. So I can go through this place, and then I'm on this cool like hoverboard. Look at me go.
Look at me go!
Look at me go. So what are you doing on your end of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime?
There's another $1 in Grant's bank account.
I wish.
Just going through some side content. I would like to go through some of the raids, but trying to get anyone to do the fucking raids is like trying to pull fucking teeth.
Ah, no, I get. You're wanting to go through the Asphodelis, right? Oh, Realm of the Gods. Yeah, you're gonna need to run a party finder for that one, I believe. Just look at that luster. That's where I drew my inspiration for Gleam Slope, naturally. It may be a little more than a twinkle, but when we're out there traversing the cosmos... I'm gonna mute my myself so then that way it doesn't pass through into your... It may be a little more than a twinkle, but when we're out there traversing the cosmos, I do so hope we'll see it shining back at us. Our dream of reaching the stars beyond is what inspired this project to begin with, and the name Sinus Ardoredum stands as testament to that longing. I rather resent that Garlean has become the standard for names of lunar features in my absence, but consistency would be even worse. There's so much more I could show you, but I'll settle for one last jaunt to Wedding Ways Bower. Where? Oh my god, all the way over there? Are you kidding me? Alright, so... Oh, Code, I wanted to tickle your brain about recent news.
Oh, So you're allowed to tickle something, but I'm not allowed to tickle a pickle.
Because the pickle has innuendo nonsense. The brain doesn't have innuendo. The problem wasn't the tickling. The problem was the fact that you were talking about a pickle.
Sure. Anyway, what did you want to tickle my brains about?
So we now have like, you know, the official like date of like, yes, the Grand Theft Auto 6 will be released and all that kind of nonsense, and they've like told us what the prices are and that pre-orders are now available, and they've given us digital like copies and quote unquote like physical, but the physical copy isn't even physical.
Yeah,
it's a
just
game
digital
code
copy.
in a case. There's no disc. There's no cartridge. It's literally just a piece of paper telling you, hey, shit ass, just go through the online store.
Yeah, see, that shit grinds my gears.
Like, they're very quick to be like, yes, we do this, so then that way we can prevent data miners from like spoiling the game and such. And I'm like, okay, first and foremost, you've already had your cloud services exploited like a long ass time ago, and most of it has been exposed. But let's be frank, very few people have actually like, you know, bothered paying attention to the full thing of GTA 6 at that time, because, you know, being respectful and such, and those that did aren't exactly shouting it from the rooftops or anything like that. Number two, that is still a dick move, considering like, what about game preservation? You're telling me that you do not have, for the average consumer, any sort of physical copy of the game you are releasing because you are very adamant that the game you were releasing was a single player RPG experience at launch, which means that there shouldn't be some weird online mode already set in that can't possibly be distributed on disc. It's like, no, it's a single player experience. You've got your dialogue, you've got your maps, you've got your characters, you've got your weapons, and they all have to be like being run on the consoles.
Yeah, see, I don't like that. I don't like the whole, oh, hey, let's just fucking, you know, give you an empty case with a piece of paper that says, download numbnuts. You should have bought a digital copy.
Yeah, it's very disrespectful. Like, there's already been 2 stores that are all about, like, physical copy releases and such going, yeah, we're not selling GTA 6 in our stores because the thing they give us is quite literally just a case and paper. There is no disc. There is no physical, you know, stuff to it. And what's more is, in the US, it's $80, which a lot of people did not want. Like, everyone was a little bit annoyed. They knew it was going to happen because it's GTA 6, but that still didn't mean people were happy about it.
No.
And they made it was like, oh yeah, the premium edition is like $100. And it's like, I'm seeing some people be like, oh yeah, like it could have been worse because Ubisoft would have done it as like $150. And it's like, okay, but please don't give the multi-million-dollar company an out just because they're GTA 6. You can look forward to a brand new game of like high regard and such, and you can still give it criticism for either how they're deciding to work with their developers and trying to do union busting, whether or not the commerce is worth it. Like,
I mean, it's like that whole thing with the fucking Switch 2 stuff as well.
Oh yeah, where the cartridges are more like game keys themselves, so they're like holding a digital code instead of holding the game itself.
Which isn't as terrible, but it's still bad. Because at least you're getting something physical, because when you move it over to another Switch, you can just, you know, plonk it in to get that all sorted.
Yeah. It's still bad though. Like, it is questionable game preservation, and like, this isn't like, oh, like you're only like being annoyed about this now. It's like, no, we've been annoyed about game preservation for decades. Like, this is why Good Old Games is like is given such praise for their system, is because it started as far back as Alpha Protocol of all things. Like, that's not like, you know, a game buster game. That is a game that was like pulled off shelves and such because it's like, oh, you can't have this digital copy sellable because there's licensed music in there and there's been a falling out with the publishers for, you know, paying the license and such. I hate that. I hate how IP holders are like, oh yeah, if you want to keep distributing this video game or this, you know, movie that features our IP, like just throw away like, you know, music or logo or something like that. It's like, nah, you need to pay us to continue distributing it. I'm like, I'm sorry. Does Anne Rice need to play like the Bolivian mafia for reference of cocaine in her books? Like, this is uncalled for.
It's stupid.
Because no one is buying Alpha Protocol to play the music in there. No one is buying GTA 5 because of the radios having banger songs. They're buying GTA 5 for the roleplay it offers you, because you get to go into strip clubs, and because the radio host in the game that they voiced does some banger quotes between the songs.
Yeah, they're funny.
Yeah.
Arthur Grant, why aren't you joining my party?
Sorry? Well, that's because I'm in the middle of about to do like quoting of Naming Way and such.
Fine, I get it.
I'll be with you shortly. Give me a moment. I just need to read these lines. Here we have the Botanical Gardens, where Webbing Way is attempting to determine whether we can utilize the rainbow crystals to cultivate life on other stars. Fortunately for us, the experiment has resulted in delightful array of crossbreeds. See for yourself. Oh, hang on. There we go. The following cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder thingamadiggies. All right, so now I'm getting stuck into like something that I can't be in a duty finder for.
Duty.
Duty.
Patootie.
Looking at it now, I can scarcely believe that this area was once a barren waste, but I digress. Pointing out anything that catches your eye, and I shall be happy to expound on the particulars.
Naming Way.
By all means, take your time. The garden is worth a look. Incredible, isn't it? That is no tree, but in fact a magnificent mushroom transplanted from Mare Larentorum, and henceforth known as the Microflox. Inspired by the hot summers of Aetheris, its name means fungal flame.
Huh.
When you gaze up at its gills, does it not bring to mind fireworks blooming in the night sky? With further refinement, perhaps we could even teach this species to pop and crackle like its namesake. What a sight it would be amid all these stars.
We got us a normal raid, chat.
Congrats!
Although it's still not the one, because the other one I think is a alliance raid.
Yeah, the Realm of the Gods is an alliance raid. It's going to be very difficult.
That sizable specimen on the
Why don't people understand?
Yes, you may recognize it from Loving Way's Darlings in Mare Larentorum. I call it Loving Puff. Fearsome though it may appear, I assure you it is entirely benign. When it senses an animal's approach, it lets out a puff of spores to say hello. Mind you, those spores are wont to be hitch rides on the unsuspecting, and rather quickly to germinate besides. I could have sworn Webbing Way wasn't planning to plant any.
Oh wow, it wants me going through like nearly every single one of these.
Believe it or not, that leafy-looking bush is a type of fungus known as turquoise shag. I'm told its particular glow activates in response to electromagnetic waves, effectively rendering those energies visible to the naked eye. Charlian researchers have even begun to debate the possibility of an information wavelength that exists beyond our ken, all because of this fungus. Fascinating. The regolith that covers the moon's surface is made up of particles too fine for plants to lay root. To combat this, we've been experimenting with an alchemical soil treatment. This improved soil is to be known as remediated regolith, and as you can see, it's already growing a layer of pink moss. For now, Webbingway's Bower is the only place to witness this botanical miracle, but should we succeed in fostering more types of plant growth, we may be able to grow entire farms on other stars. Ooh, cactus. Long and blue with a flower on top. Reminds you of a lunanator, does it not? Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny. Some say lunatunders evolving from ethereal sabotunders that adapted to the moon's environs. Perhaps these, in turn, evolved into lunatunders. Unlike their alleged cousins, however, these are unmistakably flora, not fauna. I've named them the Sabotunded to mourn their lost autonomy. Have you had a good look, Grant? Or would you like to more? I've seen it all. I'm good here. Wonderful. It's been a delight to show you our new Veritals. When it comes to my process, observation is of vital importance, of course, but a well-designed appellation can often establish cognitive links where physical appearance alone could not. Given a proper name, what once was a nebulous move into the light for all to see, a discovery named is a discovery shared. Greater awareness, in turn, invites research, prompting further discoveries. In other words, my nomenclature may one day change the world. And with each term I craft, I feel a spark of joy that reignites my passion all over again. Truly, I've never been gladder to call myself Namingway. You know, when Searchingway first arrived, this region was merely an expanse of unknowns. Then you and I turned up, and now look at it. Every last ilm identified. Yet this is far from the final frontier. We must continue the initiative, that we might one day put a name to each and every star in the sky. Thank you for the shirt change, Sir Dragon. I am now wearing the Gears of War shirt. Oh, how invigorating! Searchingway will surely want to share in our enthusiasm. Let us return to the hub. Gobi! Nailed it. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Look at my guy go. Oh, wait, no, there's a gap. Hang on. Oh, wait. Maybe here? Yeah, there we go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I love how this thing is infinite.
Timing on that might have been better.
What are you facing up against?
Snake.
Ah, Snicked.
A snake with wings. Big switch.
When opens, displays.
Ooh, I'll be right back. I need to go and put on a short sleeve shirt. I'm in a long sleeve, and like the heater's making things really, really hot in here.
Ooh, okay, that's not too good. Alright, and then... Oh yeah, I should probably check out the mech ops. Gosh, I kind of also want to go to the bathroom at some point.
Have a nice look around, I hope. Isn't it all just fantastic?
Hey, Artemis, you stole my shirt. When did that happen? When was I distracted?
Would that you had joined us, Searching Way. We toured the places I named and waxed philosophicals about the virtues of sharing knowledge. All in all, a lovely time.
When you threw the can. Oh, because I didn't hear the shirt being stolen because the can was making like the clunk 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 noise.
Oh, you're speaking my language. Come to think of it, there's one more place you could visit, if you're so inclined. You have my attention? Shall we, Grant?
Oh, okay. Cutscene time. Also, I'm gonna swap myself to standing mode real quick. Big. All right. Oh, stretching those legs. Stretching those arms. Big stretch. Oh, big stretch for the big boy. Big stretch for the big boy.
Here it is. My favorite vista. Why, we can see the entire hub from here.
Also, I should probably... Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Ah, hang on. There we go. Dun, dun. I thought that button would do, like, something else, but it didn't.
Precisely. Whenever my motivation starts to wane, this sight reminds me of the dream we're chasing together. When the final days was averted, it was a joyous occasion. Yet we Loporits have lost our purpose, and for some, the will to carry on. My role was to seek out a new star for us to call home, but it was decided that no exodus would come to pass.
Get some water to help, you know, soothe my throat.
While my hunger for worlds unknown and sights unseen remained, I fear that there was no meaning to be found in it. Yet in Old Charlian, I learned that scholars at the Studium had continued their research even under the threat of an impending doom. Their desire to learn wasn't tempered by the possibility that it might come to naught. If the people of Aetheris can pursue knowledge without knowing where they end up, I thought, then why not me? Curiosity needs no justification. If my heart yearns for the great expanse, then so be it! To the stars I'll go!
Mm-hmm. Dun, dun, dun.
Remarkable how far that epiphany has taken you, Searching Way. Look at all that your initiative has built.
Dun, dun.
The Galactic Way waits on its launch pad. Now we only need the coordinates of our first destination. When we're ready for liftoff, will you follow me to the stars?
Mm-hmm. Hopefully Code is doing all right on their bathroom break right now as I go through more of Passion, thy name is adoredom. Done. Dun, 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 dun. Complete 100 stellar missions in Sinus Adorum to become eligible to undertake an additional quest. Check your Exo tablet for available missions and other means by which to contribute to the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Holy shit. The time has come for the initiative's next... Oh, okay, never mind.
Glad to see you, Grant. It's time we discuss the next stage of the initiative. Our contributors have seen to it that the Moongate Hub has everything it could possibly need, enabling us to focus our efforts on interstellar travel. And indeed, we've made a celestial leap.
Actually, I should probably not be doing this.
Not only did the Galactic Way's unmanned test flights prove successful, so has her maiden voyage.
Oh,
At long last, we've set first on the surface of an unexplored star, UL-96, and our scouting party has UL-96? 9-6? What a woefully clinical appellation. Where's the poetry, the creative flair? Why, that is precisely why I've called upon you. Namingway, why not come and grant this new world a more florid epitaph? Once you see it from the window of our starship, you'll surely want naught for more. You would have me name the star itself? Then I can't possibly refuse. I shall pour my heart and soul and at least one thesaurus into making of this moniker. It will be my greatest work to date, or my name isn't Nemingway. As for you, Grant, I dare say this new camp would benefit greatly from your skills. Well, not just yours, naturally, as I foresee a tremendous need for artisanal assistance on site. The invitation is open to as many contributors as can be convinced to make the trek. Once you've packaged your necessities, meet us at the Cosmoport. Captain Cruisingway is expecting us. Dun dun. Dun dun dun. Clear toxins has been issued. Pilot candidate, please apply. A pleasure to meet you, Grant. The name's Cruisingway, but you may call me whatever you like. Oh, I don't like that. Just say the word, love, and I'll take you to the stars. Then let's be off. Hop to it. Dun, 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 dun. We are now entering into a new cosmic exploration. Or, nope, never mind. We're just in the spaceship right now. Well, looks like I didn't have to do those 100 missions in order to go to the next thing. All passengers ready and willing? Routing engine output to anti-gravity thrusters. Prepare for liftoff. Dun, 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 dun. Aligning with stellar current, coordinates set for UL6-9. Galactic Way, engage. Ah! Fuck! Oh, I would need sunglasses for that. Jesus. Ooh. It's like No Man's Sky. Aether reconstituted. Disengaging Cosmo Hopper. I do hope you enjoyed the ride. Incredible. How novel. The topography disperses light in the manner of a glass prism. Prismatic luminous. Prismatic luminous. This star shall henceforth be known as Phanea. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Hang on a second. Hit that exclamation point, say.
Phaena.
Phaena. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, everyone. Bathroom decided to call me.
Welcome back, Code. Good to have you here. I have unlocked a new planet.
Is it Earth?
No, it's Phanea. Its surface is rich in silicon, which gives rise to its myriad virtuous qualities. I'm told there's some truly unique natural flora to be found here, as well as a veritable font of mineral resources. That said, I advise you explore with caution. While we have erected many a facility to make the environs more hospitable, Phanea still has plenty of sharp edges.
Sharp edges.
Little can be done if you fail to mind the weather conditions
What,
and wander
nobody
into a
likes sharp
storm full
edges?
of glass shards, for instance. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's just, you know, a lot of sharp edges. Hi, Masonic. I see they're over in they're over on
how
your
you
side
doing?
now.
Hi, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
So, but yeah. I am just going to get this particular mission done. I also need to figure out, like, how many planets has cosmic exploration, like, done now?
Enough.
So, because it's like, there's level 11. I'll need to do some Googling.
Some goggling.
Googling. Google. So yeah, so it looks like there's 4 new places unlocked, so... Or no, there's 4 places, sorry. So the first place is the moon, where they were building a spaceship and a launch pad. The second location is Phanea. The third location is apparently a place called, Oasis. And then, so there's a 4th place, so...
Apparently, Artemis is taking on some cultists in the Deep Croft.
Hey, level 23, nice. They're getting closer and closer towards, because I think it's like level 29 or something like that they take on a trial.
I believe so. Let me have a look.
Give me a few. I am almost done with this cutscene, and then I'm gonna go and like chase after Artemis. Dun, dun.
Bowl of Embers is the first major trial at level 20.
Oh, they must have already gone through it then. Unless, hang on.
Then you've got the Navel at 34.
Mm-hmm. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, the Deep Croft is level 16.
Oh, okay. So their character level has outpaced because you know, it's the one class that they're working on, and they're able, and MSQ does quite a bit of
yeah, like I got Lancer up to level 60 pretty quickly when I did, because I started the same as Artemis.
Yeah.
With Lancer. So, and I got up there pretty quickly with that.
So they're apparently on the MSQ mission Fire in the Gloom. You can now
Let me
explore
have a
Phanea.
look. Fire in the Gloom.
Here we go. So that is the 27th mission in the MSQ. All right. So yeah. So once again, I get to hear, and then everyone is done their thing. So let me just really quickly.
Yeah. Then it's the Copper Bell Mine, which is level 17. And then Lord of the Inferno is the next major one after that.
Yeah. Give tune to the Aether. Yep, cool. So I've unlocked that Aetherite. And I can't really get anything new. And then... yeah. Alright.
I mean, we can come give you a hand, Artemis. I'm more than happy to lend a hand.
Absolutely. Seriously outpacing the MSQ. That's weird. No, it's not too weird, honestly. Because, like, once again, you are only doing one class right now. Some people like doing multiple classes and swapping between them and such. So there's that. And what's more is, like, going through, like, I'll be frank with you, going through the first 50 levels it's a good thing that you're going through the levels relatively quickly, because without the MSQ, it does take time to go through classes, like levels-wise.
Yeah.
So, where's the rainbow crystal here? Oh, actually, no, it's not a...
Where was the deep croft?
it's
That is...
Is there not a way for me to leave this?
That's
Traveling
Copper
between
Bell.
zones. How do I leave this place?
You can't. You are trapped.
That's not great. I need to get out and help my girlfriend. Alright, complete that quest. Reassign.
Right, Central Shroud, that's right.
Yep. Give me a sec.
Might as well withdraw from the current quest. Because it's going to be 30 bloody fucking minutes.
Yep. And then...
Oh, seriously, the wait. Hi, Sven. How you doing, pup?
Hello, hello. Alrighty. How do I get out of here? Emergency transport.
Can't you just teleport?
Maybe? Hang on. I'm just gonna see what happens when I do inner sight travel, if it will... Or actually, hang on, I'll just do return. Yeah, this will take me all the way back to Tuliol. There we go. And then swapping to my... No, not my Scholar. Scholar's gonna be... There we go.
And we have found the Artemis.
Central Shroud, right?
Yep, Temtara Deepcroft.
Yep. On my way, on my way. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. That is going to be a quick 30-second ad break.
I dance pretty. You see the default dance for us. Hang on. Artemis. This is default dance for Hrothgar. Goes alright, Davey. We're helping Artemis with the dungeon quickly.
Yeah.
And then I gotta figure out how to get a bunch of people together to do some raids.
You wanna, because you wanna try and do the what's-mahoozy.
Yeah, because there's some outfit pieces I want to get from. Now, should one of us go heal? I think though with the three of us, it should be pretty easy. But
yes, it will. Also, you're on your what's-mahoozy screen instead of the gaming screen. According.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No, good. I just wasn't too sure if that was by accident or something like that. All right, and I can now.
Want me to hop on? I mean, you're more than welcome to, Davey, because I could always use a hand trying to get people into it.
Hold on. Wait, hang on.
I mean, I could go with one of the healers and lend a hand. I need to swap over a lot of the scholar stuff. Yeah, we're all in Goblin these nuts. I mean, Goblin.
We're in the... Oh, there it is.
You're right there, Grant.
Yep, there we are. Hello. Did you already start a party, or...?
No, I was waiting for you to start the party because I figured.
No, fair enough. Fair
You're
enough.
gonna go healer? Okay, you're going healer.
Yeah, no, I'm going healer.
Then I will go. Let's see, what tank do I have at what level?
So yeah, Tamtara Deepcroft, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I will go. Gunbreaker.
All right. Tamtara Deepcroft.
I am not a very good. Want me to join in for it? Oh well, I mean,
Oh wait, hang on.
Davey can join in and help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come and join us, Davey. That way we can have a quick
Join
party
us.
through and through.
Yep.
Which area of the shroud you guys in? We're in the central shroud. We're in the Tamtara Deepcroft.
I'll be able to
All
send...
right, let me just quickly just make sure I've got my rotations down.
No, there's a few of us. Like,
All right, that helps.
yeah. Because then otherwise, like, me just doing my thing will just have everyone get pissed off. All right, so... I just need to reread this again. So the balance card is good for melee DPSs or tanks, where it increases the damage. And then the arrow increases HP recovery via thingies, and then the spire provides a shield. So, yeah, so shield goes to code, sun goes to... Yeah, alright, cool.
Do you see my little otter? Isn't he cute? He is adorable.
There he is. Look at the little guy.
Look at this otter. Look at this otter guy. Hello to this otter guy. I mean, come on. It was a funny joke.
No, that's why there's a chuckle. Alright, so that's the wind-up onion
hang on.
knight. Giant.
Here you go.
Oh my
fat
god, chat.
chocobo-
Fat baby chat, look at this. Look
I
at
got
this
me
heavy
a
hatchling.
fat baby. I got me a fat baby.
Where in the world did you get that?
I think it was gifted to me.
Ah, okay. So you didn't see most of the things I try and like grab them through either just missions or like, you know, raids. I like there's been like one or two. Oh, I see he's online, inviting Orin to the party. I'm gonna sit down shortly for this. Alrighty. Oh lord, he coming. Oh lord, he coming. All right. So the benefit of all of us together as we go through Tamtara is this.
What class is Orin though?
It doesn't matter. We're a light party, so we just go in instantly with whatever.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. No, he's summoner. So it's right there.
There's
there
Sven, right? That's Sven. No, that was Sven.
Oh, okay. Whoopsies. I forgot he's the one with the pumpkin head.
Then you can lend me a hand and a little bit later on too.
So yeah. So
we got a summoner.
So yeah. So Orin in Final Fantasy XIV is a Dullahan, hence the pumpkin head.
Y'all thought I had a watermelon instead, but I got a team of pumpkin heads.
So yeah. Meanwhile, Artemis is just going through.
You guys ready? Yep. Okay. Now, like I said, I'm not a very good tank.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you'll have to forgive me if I do slow down a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And it's Code should be doing the what's-mahoozies. So ding. So
Make sure that my stance is on.
I don't have access to my cards. Oh no. I do not have access to my cards. I forgot I am that far back.
Yep. Now let me know if I'm tooling too quickly, okay? Because I can slow down a little bit, not just for you, but for Artemis too.
Yeah, you're doing all right. You're doing all right. It's easy enough. I don't think at level, like, once locked into level 19, there's AoE is available just yet.
Not for Lancer. I think Lancer gets only... I think maybe Lancer has like one or two. She should be able to throw a spear though. She
Yeah.
should have that ability.
Yeah, no, that should still be that should still be available. Yep. Do you have your stance? Yeah, you have your stance on.
Yeah, don't worry. I made sure to turn that on.
Yep. Then give you a quick heals. So yeah, because you got AoE at this point, don't you? Yep, you do. Cool.
Yeah, but I've at least got one AoE skill.
Yeah. And then this. Yeah, I'm not having too big of a panic with your heals because I do have both Bennick and Essential Dignity available. So it's like...
I do have Camouflage on if I need that for... As well as Fortress.
Yeah. So, like, fact is that you could probably do a bigger pull and it's not, like, gonna be a panic for me. And it will give Artemis, like, you know, a little bit of an understanding of, like... Especially... with like higher level peeps like ourselves, where it's like sometimes people will do what's called a wall to wall. So like they'll just go for like the start until they hit like a physical barrier, like either here or like, you know, an actual like
just
barrier.
Be careful. Yeah, just Artemis, just be careful not to go too far ahead of me as well, because you don't want to accidentally trip someone.
Yeah. Yeah. So, normal etiquette has it where tank leads. Tanks lead the way. If the tank goes wall to wall, well, that's normally because of either their judgment that they can survive or they trust their healer. If they, you know, take detours and such to pick up items, that's, you know, that's their sort of thing. But ideally, tanks lead.
Also, if I feel I've got to get out of the way of an area, get out of the way. We'll leave the treasure for Artemis.
Yep, because... what in the world? Okay, sorry. My keyboard did not like trying to move rapidly.
All right, we good?
Ideally.
Hi, Goldie! One second, I'm just going to take care of these guys and give Goldie a shout out because Goldie's an awesome bean.
Done.
Thank you.
Because you're not doing like a wall to wall, so it's fine.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, probably shouldn't have used Rampart just then, but that's fine.
So yeah. So Artemis actually has the advantage, like when it comes to like, you know, wall-to-wall pulls like these, it's like, because for me, it's like I have to stop moving before I can like hit a thing because I have like timers and what have you. Whereas with Artemis, she can
Grant,
just...
I need a heal.
Yeah, no, I'm doing that. Calm down.
Sorry.
See? Aren't I doing my job?
Yes, you are. I'm sorry. I don't mean to complain.
It's all good. It's all good. I will be...
But how are you doing, Goldie? What have you been up to as well? Hey, Goldie, when are you joining the Final Fantasy MMO 14? Hey, Greg, can you do the spiel, please?
Oh, the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV incoming with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and tantalizing Stormblood.
I'm at the Endwalker and stopped playing. You're in the same place I am, Goldie.
Oh
we should
my
play together.
goodness.
All right, everyone ready? Cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Also, does Artemis... Oh, never mind. She's probably going to do the thingamadiggy at the end. Worst case scenario, she doesn't know about it, and then we just tell her at the...
Well, I mean, if we've all passed, she should get it automatically then.
Yeah, that is true. It's just during, like, lulls like here, I'm always of the thing of, like, oh yeah, just click on loot and do my, you know, greed or need.
Get your loot tax on.
Yeah. Look, I'm a loot goblin in that, damn it, that is not the person I wanted to heal. There we go.
Grant, why wouldn't you heal me?
I'm doing it, aren't I? I'm doing the heals. Alright. Yep. Magic. Pass on that. Pass on that. Go.
Okay. Just making sure I also do my passes so that way Artemis gets the stuff.
Typically so. Because it'll take, like, what? You know, 3 or, like, 4 or 5 passes in a dungeon to be able to pick up all the, plundered items, I think it is.
Yeah. Let me know if I'm going too fast.
No, you're good. I can still reach you. So, would stop at this point here, so then that way you...
Yep. Slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, because now comes the fun bit. Yep. Someone's not doing their job. I'm getting hit from something. What the fuck am I getting hit by?
That mage. Hang on. There we go.
Cool.
Hi, Wolf. How you doing?
Go.
Yeah, there's a treasure coffer there. Do we want to grab that for Artemis?
Yep, let's go for it. We can take the detour.
More gear for her, the better.
And 100 knives, pass on that.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Here we've got to go to the left, don't we, and do that other area first.
Yes. So yeah, because the barrier is up, and so you have to...
Yeah. I'll pull for these guys, and then...
Not doing too good of a job of it.
Sorry, he must have retargeted on you when I went too far ahead.
Possibly. Or when you did the double back. Because it was the magic person
Maybe.
again. There we go. So, because we can't get rid of that sealed barrier until we destroy a rosary that's over in here.
Yeah, over here.
So... It's crazy to think that, like, earlier dungeon designs in Final Fantasy XIV were looking to do, like, some of these, like, detouring nonsenses, where it's like, oh, it's not just a straight shot, you have to, you know, go to the side, open these things, or, you know, go through, like, small puzzles. And then they just got rid of that after A Realm Reborn. Go. And then we go to this cultist rosary.
Hang on, let me just take some food, because I just realized I hadn't eaten anything. Which might help with some of my skill cooldown a little bit.
Ah, it does like a little bonus thing as well. I keep forgetting, like...
I'm in good, thank you, Wolf. I'm hoping you're alright.
Alright. So now comes the fun bit, where this one I'm probably going to be more heavy-handed on the healings than normal. Alright. Cultist Orb 1 destroyed. And then Artemis gets the little cutscene. Pass on that.
We wait right here for Artemis. The last thing we need is people going through and starting the fight without, you know.
Yeah, because normally the little practice here
Pull the lever.
is this. So yeah. So proper etiquette is like we wait for everyone to be ready to cross over the line, cross over it, and then tank does the first hit normally. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So now he's invulnerable. So now we have to go and destroy the ads. That is our responsibility as DPS and what have you. So he will probably summon another one once he's down to like 50% health as well. There we go. So yeah.
Yep, there he is.
He's invulnerable again. So now we have to deal with the ads.
I can at least draw these ones while you guys deal with the imp.
Yeah, because the imp is the one that's giving him the invulnerability. Oh, back away, back away, back away. Go.
Yeah, because that would have paralyzed me as well.
Yep. And more imps that we need to get rid of. One should be on. This is Swift.
Hey, Wolfgar.
Go. Oh, that one's still alive. Whoopsies. Alright. I don't know if Artemis has this on their hotbar, but there's something called a limit break. Which you will normally find and we'll probably need a hotkey it for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably need a hotkey it for her. Congratulations! You did another dungeon! Limit break is in my top left corner. Ah, nice! So it's in, like, somewhere up here. So yeah, limit break is, like, the gauge goes off, like it fills in for party-wide, and the way it normally works is that the priority is that if everyone is totally fine and we're down to, like, I think it's, like, 10% of health and all that kind of nonsense, then, like, the melee DPS, range DPS, or magic DPS can use the limit break, just so it's, like, a quick, like, 5 or 10%, like, health gone away and such like that, so...
Yeah. Also, Wolf, to answer your question, I'm helping Artemis, Grant's girlfriend, do a little bit of questing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. There we go.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Blue. So yeah.
But there you go. You've now done that one.
Congratulations.
Yay! Plus, it was a good learning opportunity for me to do a bit of learning for tanking.
Yeah.
For my tanking and spanking.
Yeah. Should be good.
For tanking, spanking, and having some bacon.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And hang on a second. I'm trying to think. What does she need to do after what's-some-whoosies? I'm trying to remember. Because she goes through the Deep Croft and then Fire in the Gloom, goes through Tamtara, reports to oh, okay, she reports in Gridania.
Back to mother.
Back
to mommy.
Back to mother. There we go.
Oh, sure. She gets the car and I get carried around like a cat.
You picked that mount. Don't make it sound like as if I wasn't waiting.
This is ridiculous. Succotash.
The man complains, but he has no one to blame but himself.
But yeah. Sven, Pup, if you're still there, feel free to come on over and I'll we'll quickly disband our party and I'll
go
try to do the raid.
So I'm helping my girlfriend Artemis. So oh my goodness,
His girlfriend.
helping my girlfriend. Look at the time. It's past 10 o'clock for me. I have work the next day, so I don't know if I'm going to be up for that much longer. I'll be hanging out with Ernest for a little bit.
Yeah.
But what I will do is I'm going to make this a very quick and dirty raid into your channel, since, you know, there's a little bit of crossover there. Lagasp! I'm not even gonna like wait a couple seconds. I'm just gonna be like, right, cool. The countdown is gonna go off and it's gonna be like, oh yes, we're ready to raid in like, you know, 10 seconds. And then once it allows me to hit the raid now button, then I'm just gonna go and raid now. So yeah, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. This was a lot more casual of a Final Fantasy XIV stream for me, personally speaking. I'm kind of good for it. If I, like, it obviously was made all the better because I was able to, like, communicate, like, chat with Code and Cap. It was very much a just chatting kind of stream, but then there was the backdrop of Final Fantasy XIV. Lord knows I will probably do either a bit more chatting or a bit more raiding. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I will be back online Sunday morning as I'm slated for going through more of Diablo 2 with Code and maybe Velk if he's feeling up to it.
I think Velk was doing a bit of catch up, so hopefully he's fine.
So yeah, alrighty.
But if not, we can take care of hell.
Yeah, we're currently up to hell. So yeah, I'll hit the raid now button. So then that way there's like a little thingamadoogies. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And yeah, hopefully you have a wonderful time over on Code the Yoshi's side as they go through some of the Endwalker raids. And if I don't see you Sunday morning for Diablo 2, I hopefully will see you all next time.
Bye guys, on Grant's side.
Bye.
And hello over on my side. Oh wow, a raid, totally unexpected. Oh,